at 12 locations in connection with the money laundering case. Congress cries vendetta. Congress attacks Modi government over Lal Singh Chadha backing Amir Khan over boycott trend. Priyanka Arge says India has become intolerant. Kerala battles monsoon fury. Red alert in 7 Kerala districts. Incessant rains prediction until Thursday. Floods, landslides in several areas.
A red alert, state under very major caution. Chief Minister has said that everybody who's living under dangerous circumstances close to the rivers and close to hilly regions should vacate as soon as possible.
And clear Pakistan link emerges in drone killing of al-Zawahiri, Islamabad stooge and Taliban Interior Minister Haqqani had sheltered Al-Qaeda chief in posh Kabul safe house. Big suspense and showdown over U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. After China's threat, U.S. warns Dragon not to escalate tensions. And probe in Bengal recruit. All right, we're looking at the Bengal recruitment scam now, where ED is currently probing. We're looking at ED at several locations, currently raiding those places belonging to Arpita, who's Partha's close aide in connection with this school recruitment scam that's been exposed in Bengal. Days after the sacked TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee cried vendetta, his aide now, Arpita Mukherjee, has distanced herself from the 50 crores recovered in cash from her house. Rubbishing all those charges, she's claimed that money does not belong to her and that it was kept in her house in her absence. Meanwhile, amid raids in Kolkata, Suvendu Adhikari, the opposition leader, has met with Home Minister Amit Shah in Delhi. He claims that he has a list of at least 100 TMC collectors who are all allegedly involved in the same corruption case. ED has so far recovered 50 crores in cash from Arpita's home, seized 8 crores from her accounts linked with shell companies.
ঢোকানো হয়েছে চলো চলো টাকা কোথায় পেয়েছো অর্পিতা অর্পিতা টাকা কোথায় পেয়েছো টাকা ঢোকানো হয়েছে চলো চলো
Joining us is Ritik Mondal, who's live from Kolkata, who's tracking those developments. Ritik, give us the latest development with the ED's raids right now at several locations belonging to Arpita. Have they found anything?
Right, Ravila. At this point in time, what we are picking up that officials of Enforcement Directorate, they are conducting raids across many places of Kolkata. One of them where from we are bringing this live broadcast is a housing which is located in Goriahat, and this is what we are giving to understand. This is the Fort Oasis complex of Goriahat and a flat number 506 of block 6, which is under ED scanner now. What we are told that particular property could be belongs to Arpita Mukherjee or Partha Chatterjee, so which is why the officials came here to interrogate the people staying here. And apart from this particular housing complex of Kolkata, which is located in a very posh area of Kolkata, but also there are several other locations which are under scanner of Enforcement Directorate now. One of them is Arpita's one of the flats which is located in Madurdaho. Another nail beautification parlor owned by Arpita Mukherjee is also ED scanner now, and our team also reached there to interrogate interrogate the people who are at the nail beautification parlor owned by Arpita Mukherjee. So now what else we are picking up that the very few moments left before ED will be producing both Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee to court tomorrow. And before that, as of now, as Arpita is not cooperating, and, just a while back, they both were taken to ESI hospital for medical checkup, where Arpita claimed that money recovered from her residence doesn't belong to her, and she doesn't know how that a huge amount of money was kept at her places and without keeping her on the loop. So that means that she is trying to indicate something, whether given the fact that AD is trying to ascertain that whether Arpita is trying to make some such comment or to mislead Enforcement Directorate.
Of course, she can't wash her hands off the 50-odd crores that was recovered, almost 20 crores recovered from her residence, and her claiming that she has no knowledge of it and she does not know when that money was kept. It was kept in her absence. Very hard to believe. Ritik, thank you very much for joining us. A massive crackdown by the Enforcement Directorate. The central agency has now raided over 12 locations across the country. This multi-city raid is with regards to the National Herald scam, which links the Gandhi family. The central agency has now raided at the 4th floor of the National Herald office. Currently, raids are on where they're sitting. In fact, we hear that at least 4 of the ED officials are right now at the accounts department of that National Herald office. This is the same place where the publication office of the National Herald newspaper is located. Of course, that building there where no employees are present today, as per our reporters there on ground. National Herald is looked at as an official mouthpiece of the Congress. The ED has raided the office at around 10 p.m. and searches are on until now. Meanwhile, Congress has alleged political vendetta, attacking the centre, saying that you can't silence us. BJP has hit back, saying law will take its own course. Sonia and Rahul Gandhi currently facing the ED heat in this money laundering case linked to the National Herald newspaper.
This is shocking. This is a new low for the BJP government. As sacred an institution as the National Herald, which was involved in the freedom struggle, in the independent movement, to be, the national institution to be undermined, to be demeaned, and to be insulted like this is really shocking. We seriously condemn this use of ED to target all opposition leaders and now institutions also which are associated with opposition leaders.
The ED must be allowed to do its job. People who have looted the country are corrupt, prima facie, and have got no relief from the Honorable Supreme Court and High Court, should not cry foul. And thus, the ED so far has ensured that people who have laundered money belonging to the people of the country are being punished, which is a very welcome sign. This is the unique trait of the Gandhi Parivar. They want to enjoy all power, indulge in all misdeeds, illegalities, launder money, and then pin the blame on somebody who's no more. And I must also point out the fact that Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi had moved the Honorable Supreme Court and the Delhi High Court for quashing of the charges against them, and the Honorable Supreme Court refused to quash the charges. That itself says a lot about the illegalities committed by Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi.
Well, this action appears to be a part of furtherance of investigation in the National Herald case. But you see, the unfortunate fallout is that there is a prevailing perception that opposition leaders are being victimized for political motivation. It must not be such an act on the part of ED officials. We expect that ED officials, although they have been emboldened by the last week's Supreme Court judgment with regard to their powers under PMLA, but they must not act with any kind of extra legal consideration. If they are pursuing an honest investigation, they are certainly within their right to do so. But it must not look as though they are doing it at the instance of some political instructions to undermine the opposition and to harass the leaders.
ED is raiding the national held offices. What do you have to say, sir?
It is clearly a diversion tactics of Modi government to divert the attention from price rise, unemployment, like people-centric issues. And also they are believing in political vendetta against their political opponents. They are doing it with everybody. They think that ED is the biggest weapon for them to target the opposition. This is but we will face it.
All right, cutting across to Ashutosh Mishra, who's joining us live from right outside that National Herald office where ED raids are on. Ashutosh, we hear 4 ED officials who are still there. This raid started at 10 p.m. last night. And it's still on, we understand, in several other locations of Kolkata and Delhi, collectively 12 locations, all linked with the National Herald office, all being raided simultaneously.
Well, this includes Lucknow as well, what we are hearing from the sources, the Lucknow office, the Kolkata office, and of course the national capital, 12 other locations. So all the premises which was linked to the AJL and the National Herald, Young India Limited. So all these places are being searched, and this looks to be in the line of the investigation and the questionnaire that took place with Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi and certain other evidences which were already collected by the Enforcement Directorate during this entire investigation of the National Herald case. So yes, the raids still being continued. Those 4 officials from the ED right behind me at the National Herald headquarters, the office in the Delhi, they are in the accounts department. Of course, they are looking for certain documents that perhaps, surfaced during the investigation. So those are being searched at other, premises also, because in this entire financial transaction, the documents are really going to be crucial. When you file a charge sheet, you just cannot put out allegations on certain individuals, or there is some, miscalculation has been taking place in the certain deals. You have to substantiate with the documents all the transaction, and that perhaps needed to put on record only by those documents, and that perhaps what the investigative agency is doing. When all the evidences are corroborated, when in the statement that have been recorded, that will be put out in the charge sheet when the ED is going to file the prosecution complaint, the charge sheet in the court under the Money Laundering Act against this entire National Herald scam is concerned. Nabila.
Ashutosh, as the raids take place, are we looking at the same Congress members who are protesting violently in many parts of the country landing up at those offices? Are Congress workers gathering there?
No, that's not the case. Right behind me, the National Herald headquarters at the Delhi's ITO, we do not see any Congress worker here protesting. So this is completely, that was the case which we saw when Rahul Gandhi was summoned, Sonia Gandhi was summoned. We saw the kind of protests disrupted all across the country by the Congress workers. But clearly when this office are raided, we do not see the similar act. However, you heard the politicians, the MPs, the leaders from the Congress in the parliament outraging against ED. Few calling in vendetta politics, few are calling that this could be a divergent tactics from the current burning issues of the country where
we saw the kind of protest there. But Ashutosh, thank you very much for joining us on that. I want to quickly cut across, tracking the story from West Bengal's Kolkata. A woman there throwing a shoe at Partha Chatterjee. Well, that's the big news that we're tracking. A woman has thrown a shoe at Partha Chatterjee at the ESI hospital. This woman is said to have... Such leaders are embezzling public money. This is what the woman says. Such leaders are embezzling public money. That's why I threw a shoe at him. A woman seen throwing a shoe at Partha Chatterjee, and that's been captured on cameras. Public anger there growing against Partha Chatterjee, who's a TMC leader. He's now been axed from the ministry, from the cabinet, but a little too late, too less. At this point, Partha Chatterjee, who's known to be a very strong leader within the TMC government, very close aide to Arpita Mukherjee at one point, but ever since the cash haul was tracked, it appears that Arpita Mukherjee has completely cut off, not answered his calls, not spoken to him once, and has taken a decision to axe him off the cabinet. Partha Chatterjee is right now in custody of the Enforcement Directorate. A woman now, very frustrated with what's happened, throws his shoes at Partha Chatterjee, saying that he has embezzled public money. Arupam Mishra tracking these developments. Arupam, who's that woman there? We see her walking barefoot. She's thrown a slipper at Partha Chatterjee and says this is out of frustration because he's embezzled public money. Tell us more.
At EAP Yoga, where Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee both have taken routine medical checkups, and when they were coming out, the ED officials were trying to move them out. And this woman, who claims she is from a lower class, she has thrown her shoes to Partha Chatterjee and went without wearing those shoes. And she claims that Partha Chatterjee is accused of swindling money which belongs to poor family and poor youth, and that is why she is depressed, and that is why she has taken such steps.
Who is this woman? Is she a commoner? Is she someone from within the party, or do we know anything of her?
As of now, we cannot establish any political link of this woman. She is claiming that she is from a lower middle class. She is a commoner. That is what she is claiming at present. So we can't, at this moment, establish any political link of this woman to any party.
Let's take a listen, Anupam, let's take a listen what that woman really said post the attack.
কোথা থাকেন দিদি, আপনি কোথা থাকেন? আপনার নাম কি? কোথা থাকেন দিদি, আপনি কোথা থাকেন? নাম শুভ্রা ঘড়ুই, আমতলা বাড়ি, আমতলা লম্বাই তো সুবীর লম্বা গাড়ি আছে, সুবীর গাড়ি আছে ভাই, কিছু না ভাই, কিছু না। আমতলা বাড়ি। দিদি আপনার জুতো কোথায় গেল? আরে এক প্রশ্ন কতবার করবে ভাই? আপনার বাড়ি কোথায়? আপনার নামটা কি বলুন? শুভ্রা ঘড়ুই। হ্যাঁ, বাড়ি আপনার বাড়ি কোথায়? আপনার নামটা কি বলুন? শুভ্রা ঘড়ুই। হ্যাঁ, বাড়ি
There you have the visuals there of a woman throwing a slipper at Partha Chatterjee. Very aggressive and angry with the kind of cash haul that was found exposed by the Enforcement Directorate, close to 50 crores. So these women believe that it is public money that has been swindled. Partha Chatterjee currently with the Enforcement Directorate. He is in custody. It doesn't seem like he has a way out of this. As public anger building against the ex-TMC minister Partha Chatterjee, as this woman throws a slipper at him, right at him. And when she was questioned why she did that, she says she was angered and upset with the fact that Partha Chatterjee has embezzled public money. This is nothing but public money. In fact, if it is bribe, if it is in whatever way that he's gotten this ill wealth, which needs to be proven by the Enforcement Directorate that it is his. But so far, whatever prima facie evidence that establishes this corruption scale points fingers at Partha Chatterjee indeed, and of course his close aide Arpita Mukherjee. Now, these women, they are very upset because Partha was the minister of West Bengal. He was the Industries and Commerce Minister. He was a person very well known to the people, the locals, the public. Many of them voted for him. And they're obviously quite upset at this point that this kind of money was recovered. And it's understood at this point, people have a grouse. There's a lot of development that's supposed to or due to happen in West Bengal, may not have happened according to what they wanted. And this kind of money that has surfaced has really disappointed public, really angering sentiments. Let me cut across to that woman as she throws a chappal at Partha. Here's what she says in justification.
কেন পার্থ চট্টোপাধ্যায়কে জুতো ছুঁড়ে মারলেন কেন?
শুনুন, আমার পেশেন্ট অসুস্থ, আমি ওষুধ আনতে আসছি, আমাকে ছেড়ে দিন, আমি ওনাকে জুতো মারতে আসছি, জুতো মেরে আমি খালি পায়ে ঘরে যাচ্ছি। জুতো মেরেছি কি জানেন আপনারা জানেন না? হ্যাঁ, জনসাধারণের কত গরিব মানুষের টাকা নিয়ে কোটি কোটি টাকা ফ্ল্যাট কিনে রেখে দিয়েছেন। আবার বলেন কেন ওনাকে এসি গাড়ি চড়িয়ে ওনাকে গলায় দড়ি দিয়ে টানতে টানতে নিয়ে আসবেন, এসি গাড়ি চড়িয়ে হুইল চেয়ারে। হ্যাঁ, আরো খুশি হতাম ওই জুতোটা যদি ওনার টাকা লাগতো। থ্যাংক ইউ।
তা আপনি এখন খালি পায়ে যাবেন কি করে?
কোথায় যাবেন? জুতোটা কোথায়? আপনি জুতো কোথায়? জুতো এখানে যেখানে মেরেছি, শোনো না।
Now, after an early morning raid on Sunday, close to 15 hours of questioning, Sena MP Sanjay Raut was arrested. Enforcement Directorate told a Prevention and Money Laundering Act court that Sanjay Raut was not cooperating in the case and that the probe needed more evidence. If he was released, he could tamper with evidence. They now sought, they were in fact seeking for 8 days custodial interrogation, but were granted only 4 days until the 4th of August. Here's a quick report on what went by.
Early morning raids, 15 hours of grilling and a midnight arrest. And now, the court has sent Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut to ED custody till August 4th. But the ED remand came with some relaxations. The court directed ED to not conduct interrogation of Raut at night owing to his ill health. The ED must also ensure Raut got his medicine and would be hospitalized if required. Sanjay Raut has also been allowed to speak with his lawyers. The concessions came despite the ED accusing Raut of influencing witnesses and tampering with evidence. Sanjay Raut has been claiming that he is a victim of political vendetta. On Monday, former Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray backed his loyalist. The former Chief Minister compared the current political scenario with Hitler's rule.
सेकेंड वर्ल्ड वॉर चल रहा था तो हिटलर एक समय ऐसे आया था कि अब उस वक्त लग रहा था कि शायद हिटलर जीत जाएगा, पूरी दुनिया को अपने कब्जे में ले लेगा। तो उस वक्त डेविड लो मतलब हिटलर बॉम्ब डालता था और डेविड लो एक कार्टून निकालता था और वो कार्टून का जो एक परिणाम हुआ करता था वो बॉम्ब से भी ज्यादा होता था। तो यही होती है जो तानाशाही की बात होती है, जब सारे लोग अपने गुलाम होते हैं तो कुछ दिन के लिए जब तक उनका उपयोग आपके लिए होता है तब तक वो गुलाम अच्छे लगते हैं, बाद में गुलाम जब उनका उपयोग नहीं रहता है वो निकलते।
Uddhav even used the famous dialogue from the film Pushpa to say that a real Shiv Sainik झुकेगा नहीं।
मुझे संजय राउत पर अभिमान है और बाला साहब का असली सैनिक सिर्फ वो पिक्चर देखने के लिए ठीक है, पुष्पा झुकेगा नहीं, लेकिन झुका नहीं। जो झुकने वाले थे वो हमाम में चले गए और झुकने वाला कभी शिवसैनिक नहीं हो सकता।
In a show of support, Uddhav Thackeray even went to Raut's home to meet his family. Raut's arrest came after ED claimed that more than 11 lakh rupees were found at the MP's house. ED says it has enough evidence to nail Sanjay Raut in the multi-crore land scandal. But the Sena leader says the probe agency is shooting in the dark. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, for more on that, you could log on to indiatoday.in. You could also download our app for more. Stay tuned. In the club, up next with Dipali Patel.
Kerala's public health. All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the bigger stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Public health. All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@ajtak.com.
With every sunrise comes new beginnings, new opportunities and new stories. And that's why we're first up. While you're sleeping, we're hard at work to ensure you get the perfect news shot every morning. Get you all the updates. Our morning mission to get you news that's fresh and packed with flavor. Watch First Up every weekday morning with me, Akshita Nandagopal, right here on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Joining me is someone who's not just a brilliant singer, but an equally good music composer, a fantastic pianist, super talented, and his remarkable contribution in the music industry has also got him Padma Shri Award. Welcome to India Today Television, Adnan ji. It's always a pleasure talking to you. How are you and how have you been?
Thank you very much. It's wonderful to be here. I'm feeling wonderful and very excited about my new song. Every time it feels as if it's the first time. You know what I mean. So it's the usual butterflies in the stomach and hope people like it. But I feel great. I feel wonderful.
Yeah, I wanted to just quickly begin by asking you about the same only. What is your current state of mind now that your song is out, Alvida, your first track ever since the pandemic hit the world? I remember talking to you in Delhi in 2020 when we met for your song, Tu Yaad Aaya, and you spoke about your comeback after a gap of 9 years.
Yeah. Well, the thing was that then suddenly the world changed as we knew it. And now with this new release, it seems almost as if it's the first time. I'm as as nervous and anxious and excited as I would have been in my first release. So I always approach my work, my music with that kind of attitude. I never like to be complacent in any way. I always like to work with the same intensity as I would do it as if I were doing it for the first time. So there's no change in that respect. But it's overwhelming because of the kind of love and appreciation that I've received so far. I'm very, very grateful and very excited and very, very happy, you know.
Adnan ji, if you could sing a few lines of your track, Alvida.
Sure. हौले हौले हाथों से हाथ तूने छोड़े, हौले हौले ख्वाबों के तार तूने तोड़े, है कसम हमें दिल को टूटने न देंगे, धड़कनों से अपनी तुझको छूटने न देंगे, अलविदा ना हुई तू हमारी तो क्या, अलविदा अलविदा अलविदा, हम तो तेरे रहेंगे सदा.
Absolutely amazing. I wanted to ask you about your Instagram profile. You know, you have deleted all your pictures and videos from social media platform. And why is it so? You know, and now it says Adnan Sami 2.0. Your fans are very curious. What does that mean?
Well, actually, you know, I feel as if, first of all, I feel as if I'm moving into a new phase in my musical journey. And I've been feeling these kind of vibes for quite some time, and my whole attitude. I think, you know, over the pandemic, I think a lot of us had a lot of free time to reflect upon where we were in life, because, you know, usually when you're in the middle of everything, you know, life is moving so fast that you don't really get the time to sit and analyze things too often. So this pandemic gave me an opportunity to sort of reassess where I was in life and what I wanted to do, how I wanted to approach the forthcoming phase of my life. And, you know, it made me reevaluate and reassess a lot of things. And so this is my first song release in this new phase of my life. Because I've gone through a tremendous kind of a transformation, as it were, not just physically, but emotionally and, you know, spiritually and even musically. So, you know, I felt that, if I'm going to start this new phase, because I feel very different, my whole attitude has changed. So I said, okay, let's share that, and let's bring that forth in your public approach, in your image, and the way you're going forward in life. So I decided that all my previous Instagram posts, I didn't want to delete them, which a lot of people thought I deleted them. I just archived them. So okay. I wanted to clean the slate. And start this new phase with a fresh, with all fresh postings. And of course, because I'm internally, I'm feeling like a new person. So I said, okay, fine. So there's no harm in sharing the facts with everybody else. So that's why I went and I said, this is Adnan 2.0. And so therefore, that's why there was this change. Now, having said that, I did that with the attitude that, all right, okay, my first post in this is going to be Alvida, because that's the title of my new song.
Yeah.
And so I just posted that one slide and one word, Alvida. And frankly, I didn't realize that suddenly people will start coming up with their own interpretation. Ki kya hai ye love? Kahin se, people started to get worried. People started to come up with their own wild imagination, their own interpretations, and some people started thinking, is he okay? Is he going through some depression? And some people started to give me lectures and comments that be strong, and life no matter what happens in life, you've got to go through it, and you've always been a strong person, and so on and so forth. Some people even went to the extent of saying, listen, if not for yourself, do it for your daughter. She needs you. And I'm like, dude, everything is okay. It's just a song, you know? I mean, it's just a title. It's just a word. I've not said anything. God forbid, I'm very happy with life. Of course, then the next day I posted a small teaser, and I think that sort of clarified everything that there's no such drastic step that is going to happen, but everything is good, you know. So that's what happened, basically.
Yeah, so talking about the change, you know, I must say you're inspiring so many people out there with your transformation. Talk to me about your weight loss journey, your Maldives pictures that went viral on social media. What's the secret and how difficult has it been for you? Take us through it.
Well, you know, as I think everybody knows who knows me, I've had massive issues with weight, you know. At my peak, I reached 230 kilos, which is one hell of a weight to achieve. But so I lost a lot of weight, and you know, from time to time I keep, you know, as I call it, yo-yoing. You know, a little bit, 5 or 10 kilo, kabhi upar ho jate, kabhi thode kam ho jate, etc., etc. So again, you know, it's been, you know, people who suffer from weight issues. It's frankly speaking a lifelong, struggle. It's not as if you lose weight once and say, right, that's it. I'm done with this. I'm going to be slim for the rest of my life. No, you have to constantly work towards it, you know. And sometimes you put on a little bit of weight, then you lose it, then you put on, you know. So, but, you know, it requires a lot of discipline. It requires a lot of, mental strength. I would say when you're trying to lose weight, it's about 80% mental strength and 20% physical, you know. It's always mind over matter. So when I went to Maldives, I just decided to post some photographs. I had no idea that they would suddenly, you know, go viral in the sense that in the manner in which they did. But nevertheless, I mean, you know, it's good to know that, you know, people you know, notice these things, and people are very, very, you know, they're very, very vigilant these days. So, you know, I've learned my lesson, especially by the fact that, you know, one word can make such a sensation. So, a photograph speaks 1,000 words, I guess, you know. So,
yeah, of course.
So you know, that's basically, you know, I've been working hard in trying to sort of cultivate my mental strength, my inner spirituality, my physicality, because I think all of these things you need to work towards, and I think that's where the 2.0 again comes in, you know.
Of course, yeah. But your fans also want to know, if you followed a certain diet, what does your regular meal looks like, you know, during weight loss journey?
Well, you know, I mean, I normally joke around and I say that, well, you know, I went on a seafood diet. No, seafood, oh, what fish? No, seafood, you know. but yeah, I mean, the point is that, you know, it's not, I follow a high protein diet, you know. I follow a high protein diet. I try to avoid carbs and all that. But you see, the truth is that you cannot prescribe one diet for everybody generally, because everybody's got a different body. Everybody's body responds differently to different foods. I mean, you know, there are people out there, for example, they can eat an entire horse, for example, and nothing will happen to them. Their metabolism is tremendous, you know. And there's some people who will have a little bit of food and suddenly it'll just pile onto their body, you know. So everybody's chemistry is different, so you cannot prescribe one particular diet for everybody. But for me, what worked for me was a high protein diet.
Adnaji, what are those 5 tips would you like to give out to those who want to lose weight and are struggling to do so?
Well, first of all, consult a dietitian, because don't just go onto the internet and think that, oh, you know, because the internet has these you know, they promote these particular diets, whatever they may be, and they'll say, oh, you know, you want to lose 10 kilos in 2 months, this is the diet for you. No, don't do that, because your body can respond in a very different way. Everybody's body breakup, chemical breakup is very different. So first of all, don't do anything on your own. Consult a medical professional, dietitian, and secondly, exercise. Thirdly, nobody can make you diet. Only you can. So, don't do it to satisfy somebody. Don't do it to do a favor for somebody, because you're not doing a favor for anybody. You're doing it for yourself. And don't do these kind of diets where you say, oh, you know what, कल 2 महीने के बाद मेरे रिश्तेदार की शादी है. I have to fit into a certain dress for that particular wedding, or that a certain, I have to, because if you do that, I mean, 95% chances are that once that particular event is over, and if, let's say, you did fit into that particular dress, you'll probably double your weight after that, because you're going to go on a binge. So don't do that. And secondly, whatever you do, if you are overweight, you need to understand one thing, and that is that your struggle with weight is going to be lifelong. And so therefore, don't try to just go on a diet. Change your lifestyle. You have to, your approach to food in general has to change. So you need to, whatever you do now, you need to think that you need to sustain it for the rest of your life.
Coming back to the music, Adnaji,
yes.
Take me back in time to the days when everyone's playlist had all your iconic songs, from Tera Chehra to Lift Kara Do. I mean, it was a crazy decade of back-to-back hits. How did it all begin for you, starting right from your childhood? How has your journey been? Give us some anecdotes.
Well, I started playing the piano at the age of 5. My father was in the diplomatic service. He was ambassador to 14 countries. So we were always moving from country to country, in my childhood, all over the world. And when I was 5 years old, he was ambassador to Portugal in Lisbon. Now, the thing is that for ambassadors, the ambassadorial residence is always furnished. So you arrive basically with just your own personal belongings, clothes, a few photographs. The rest of the house has already been furnished. It's already there. It's an official residence of the ambassador. It just so happened that in Lisbon, the ambassador's residence happened to have a piano. Mm-hmm. It was already there in the house. So, I don't come from a musical family, as you would imagine. And so therefore, but everybody in my family loves music and loves poetry and arts and literature and so on and so forth, regardless of whether it is from the east or from the west. I mean, my father was crazy about the arts. So he loved music. So when there was a piano there, I mean, that's when I got fascinated by that instrument. And I slowly and gradually started to play it. And my father was delighted that I was playing the piano. And so he started to encourage me. And so I composed my first piece of music around the age of 7. And so therefore, that journey started first as a hobby. And later on, my father said to me that, look, I'll support you in your music, but listen, get yourself a proper education, which is very important. And, I will support you in every way I can. So he sent me to England. I studied, I was at rugby school. Then I went off to University of London, King's College, and Lincoln's Inn, and I became a barrister at law. So once I finished that, I said, listen, now I want to concentrate completely on music. He said, look, I don't know anything about the music business. So now that you've got your education sorted, go ahead and give it a shot, which I did. And, I was grateful that, people liked my music. And then I came to India in 1999. My first track that was released here with Asha Bhosle ji, was Kabhi To Nazar Milao. And that's when the whole thing started for me in India. My first album was in 1986. I was hardly 17, 18 years old at that time. And that was a classical album on the piano. and that was with myself on the piano and Ustad Zakir Hussain on the tabla. So it has been a long journey. I started very young, and but like I said, many albums later, today it still feels as if it was the first time.
Yeah, always. If you could sing, 2 lines of Lift Kara De or your first song with the song that you just mentioned.
Okay, whichever one. कभी तो नजर मिलाओ, कभी तो करीब आओ, कभी तो नजर मिलाओ, कभी तो करीब आओ, जो नहीं कहा है कभी तो समझ भी जाओ, हम भी तो हैं तुम्हारे दीवाने हो दीवाने, हम भी तो हैं तुम्हारे दीवाने हो दीवाने.
Such a lovely voice. How has Indian cinema evolved over the years? I want to know from you, especially in the last 75 years, and what difference do you see in the music that is being composed right now in comparison to that was made back then in 1960s or 50s maybe?
Well, cinema, like any art form, keeps evolving, And, like, for example, the cinema of the past, for example, just duration. I mean, there was a time when movies used to be at least 3 hours long, right? In the 50s and 60s, there used to be 8, 9, 10, sometimes 12 songs in a film. As opposed to today, movies have, and they were very dramatic, they were very theatrical, they were very larger than life. Even the emotions, the expressions, there was a lot of cinematic license in the stories also, which were sort of very far-fetched in reality, but acceptable in that era of time. Today, first of all, movies have become much shorter in length. The acting style has become far more toned down, more realistic. The stories have become more realistic. In the past, if there was a macho, Rambo kind of a character, he would beat up 20 people at the same time, and then right after that, he'd go and sing a song and dance around the bushes. And people accepted that. And I'm not trying to mock it. It was something that was very beautiful, and it was very nice at that time, And it's even today, if I see that, some of the greatest songs that you've had. If you see films like Sholay, or if you see films like Diwar, you had one of the most upright police officers like Shashi Kapoor in Diwar, and then suddenly he comes up with कह दूं तुम्हें क्या चुप रहूं, and you accepted that,
Yeah.
Today, if you see Ab Tak Chhappan, for example, and suddenly if he breaks off if Nana Patekar suddenly breaks off into a song, you say, excuse me, what's going on here? It won't be acceptable, So, but that was beautiful at that time, and today what we have is also beautiful.
But Naji, there's also a remix culture that has come in.
Yeah, you see, the point is, remix culture, frankly speaking, is not really a new phenomenon. Remixes have been happening even in the 90s. And the West has been doing cover songs all the time. Dean Martin did Sway, right? A beautiful song, Sway, and that was basically that was a cover of, that was an English version of a Latino song, right? And then after that, so many people did Sway, and you can even call those as remixes. Pussycat Dolls did it. So many people did it. Michael Bublé did it. So the thing is, even in our culture, we've had Roop Tera Mastana, Chura Liya Hai Tumne, तो 90s से चले आ रहे remixes. तो ये कोई नई phenomena नहीं है. वो आप उससे you can argue that today's remixes are not as good as the ones in the past or whatever. But the fact is that this is actually not a new phenomenon. Yes, one thing I would say, and that is that the quantity of the amount of remixes as opposed to original compositions has changed. I mean, there's more emphasis being given to remixes and people or producers or music companies wanting to play a little bit more safe. कि भाई आपको पता है कि ये गाना जो था वो पहले बहुत बड़ा हिट था. It was a huge hit. So let's play safe and just redo that song and rehash it in a new way. And we will not be burning our money because we are pretty sure that it's going to be a hit again. So the thing is that ratio of remixes has become more now than before. But it's not a new phenomenon. It has been going on for a long time, for better or for worse. I mean, I personally, obviously being a composer, and I believe that we need to have more original songs coming out because, every generation deserves to have original songs that they can identify with. They don't have to share it with any other generation. I feel that is very important. And people
All
need
right.
to... Yeah.
I'm running out of time, Adnanji. On that note, I will take your leave. But before I say alvida, I will request you to sing a few lines from any of your favorite songs that you can relate with in your personal life.
Oh. All of them are autobiographical as far as I'm concerned. But I'll since you mentioned this, Teri unchi shaan mola, meri arzi maanne mola, tu hai sab kuch jaanne wala, main hu tera maanne wala, mujhko bhi to lift kara de, thodi si to lift kara de, mujhko bhi to lift kara de, thodi si to lift kara de.
That was lovely, Adnanji. Thank you so much for joining us and all the best for Alvida. Hope to see you sing and be seen more often on screen.
Thank you very much. Alvida, alvida.
हाथ तूने छोड़े हौले हौले ख्वाबों के तार तूने तोड़े हौले हौले हाथों से हाथ तूने छोड़े हौले हौले ख्वाबों के तार तूने तोड़े है कसम हमें दिल को टूटने न देंगे धड़कनों से अपनी तुझको छूटने न देंगे.
You are watching
Black holes. Did you ever worry that Earth could get sucked into one of them? Black holes do have a massive gravitational pull that allows it to swallow anything that gets in its way. Let's find out more about them. Black holes have been lurking in the galaxies for billions of years. The most powerful known forces in the universe, their gravitational field is so strong that nothing, not even light, can escape from them. They're actually packed full of space matter, so they're not really holes. There are at least two types of black holes. Stellar mass black holes form when a huge star, more than 10 times bigger than our Sun, burns up all its fuel and collapses in on itself. Scientists say there could be billions in our galaxy, the Milky Way alone. They grow by gobbling up other stars or merging with other black holes to become a supermassive black hole, millions to billions of times bigger than the Sun. Humans can't even see black holes, but we can observe their effect on matter close by. When normal stars are sucked in, they accelerate and heat up, emitting X-rays which are detected by orbiting space telescopes.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Watching India Today.
Very good afternoon and thanks so much for being with us on India Today. I'm Chaiti Narula bringing you all the top stories. Let's begin with the headlines first. Partha aide Arpita Mukherjee breaks silence on 50 crore rupees cash mountain seized by Enforcement Directorate, says it does not belong to her, claims it was placed in her absence. After Sonia and Rahul grilling, ED raids National Herald headquarters in the capital, searches at 12 locations in connection with the money laundering case. Congress cries vendetta. Congress attacks Modi government over Lal Singh Chaddha, backs Amir Khan over boycott trend. Priyanka Kharge says India has become intolerant. Kerala battles monsoon fury, red alert in 7 Kerala districts, incessant rain prediction till Thursday, floods, landslide in several areas.
A red alert, state under very major caution. Chief Minister has said that everybody who's living under dangerous circumstances close to the rivers and close to hilly regions should vacate as soon as possible.
Clear Pakistan link emerges in drone killing of Al-Zawahiri. Islamabad stooge and Taliban Interior Minister Haqqani had sheltered Al-Qaeda chief in posh Kabul safe house. Big suspense and showdown over U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. After China's threat, U.S. warns Dragon to not escalate tensions. To our top story this afternoon, probe in Bengal recruitment scam is only exploding by the day. ED raids are underway at 4 places in Kolkata in connection with Bengal recruitment scam. Days after sacked TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee cried vendetta, his aide Arpita Mukherjee has distanced herself from 50 crore rupees recovered from her house. Rubbishing all the charges, she claimed that money does not belong to her and it was kept at her house in her absence. Meanwhile, amidst raids in Kolkata, Shivendhu met Home Minister Shah in Delhi. He claimed he has a list of 100 TMC collectors who are allegedly involved in corruption. ED has so far recovered 50 crore rupees from Arpita's house and seized 8 crores from her accounts linked with the shell companies.
दोनों इशू में बात हुआ। एक तो रिक्रूटमेंट स्कैम, इसमें एडुकेटेड अनएम्प्लॉयड यूथ करीब 80-90 लाख 80-90 लाख अनएम्प्लॉयड एडुकेटेड यूथ का सवाल है। और ये रैकेट है, इसमें ईएमसी का 100 से भी ज़्यादा लीडर लोग का इन्वॉल्वमेंट है। इसको जड़ से उखाड़ना पड़ेगा। ये पूरा रुपया तृणमूल का है और वो भातीजा का है। मेरा पास जो जानकारी था मैं ऑनरेबल एचएम को पास दे दिया। उसमें 100 से भी ज्यादा टीएमसी का एमएलए, मिनिस्टर और पंचायत लेवल का लीडर इन्वॉल्वमेंट है।
Ritik Mondal is now joining us live for the very latest. Ritik, all the cash, corruption, crores, all of this is going on for a while now. What is the latest as far as Arpita is concerned, as far as Partha's fate is concerned as well? Throwing across to you to bring us all the latest.
Right, there are very few hours left before Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee will be produced before the court tomorrow, and at this point in time what we are given to understand that Enforcement Directorate, the probing agency, is intensified its probe, and at this point in time they are conducting raids in many places across the city related to this multi-crore scam that has unfolded, and we are bringing this live broadcast from a housing that's called Fort Oasis, which is located in Goriahat area, and we are given to understand that block number 6 they have identified a flat number 506 which is located here and which is situated in block number 6. It's related to Arpita Mukherjee and Partha Chatterjee, which is why they have landed here and trying to interrogate the officials. Now what more we are picking up that particular flat remain shut, or it was locked for several years, and apart from this particular place, raids are raids are going in several places related to Arpita Mukherjee. One of her nail parlor in Belghoria. Apart from that, a flat which is located in Madhudaho, Anandapur, which belongs to Arpita Mukherjee, also are under scanner now, where the officials are raiding this place, and our team is heading towards North Chobbish Pargana. We believe that a standalone Bengali sari shop which is named Shaha Textile is also under scanner, and the owner of the particular shop was also grilled by the Enforcement Directorate earlier also. Now at this point in time, Arpita Mukherjee's claim, which is a very shocking claim, is coming that while she was asked today, while she was taken to the ASI hospital, she was asked that how come such a huge amount of money was kept at her residence, and she claimed that money doesn't belong to her, and she doesn't know how it was kept without her, in her absence. So it means Enforcement Directorate is also probing whether it was an attempt to mislead the investigation procedure ahead of the situation, amid the situation when Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee both will be produced on court, and she claims such thing that she doesn't know, while she also said she also gone on record saying that particular amount, a huge mountain of cash which has been recovered from her residence, which is located in South Kolkata, and another in Belghoria, is belong to Partha Chatterjee. And we have also tracked down several properties related to this multi-crore scam, which was particularly owned by Arpita Mukherjee, and now Enforcement Directorate is not also they are questioning the both, but also raiding several places related to the multi-crore scam.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Ritik, for joining us with that elaborate ground report right there. Former TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee faced public anger over Bengal SSC scam. A woman threw a shoe at Partha Chatterjee while he was being taken inside the ESI hospital for a checkup. The woman accused Partha of embezzling public money and said it's why she hurled a shoe at Partha. This comes after Partha Chatterjee was greeted with chor chants when he arrived at AIIMS Bhubaneswar for a medical checkup.
দিদি আপনার জুতো কোথায় গেল? কেন পার্থ চট্টোপাধ্যায়কে জুতো ছুঁড়ে মারলেন কেন?
শুনুন, আমার পেশেন্ট অসুস্থ, আমি ওষুধ আনতে আসছি, আমাকে ছেড়ে দিন, আমি ওনাকে জুতো মারতে আসছি, জুতো মেরে আমি খালি পায়ে ঘরে যাচ্ছি। কেন জুতো মেরেছি কি জানেন? আপনারা জানেন না? হ্যাঁ, জনসাধারণের কত গরিব মানুষের টাকা নিয়ে কোটি কোটি টাকা ফ্ল্যাট কিনে রেখে দিয়েছেন। আবার বলেন কেন? ওনাকে এসি গাড়ি চড়িয়ে, ওনাকে গলায় দড়ি দিয়ে টানতে টানতে নিয়ে আসবেন, এসি গাড়ি চড়িয়ে হুইল চেয়ারে। হ্যাঁ, আরো খুশি হতাম ওই জুতোটা যদি ওনার টাকা লাগতো। থ্যাংক ইউ।
আপনি এখন খালি পায়ে যাবেন কি করে? কোথায় যাবেন? জুতোটা কোথায়? আপনি জুতো কোথায়?
জুতো এখানে যেখানে মেরেছি, শোনো না।
A massive crackdown by Enforcement Directorate. The central agency has raided over 12 locations across the country. In the multi-city raids, the ED has also raided the National Herald headquarters in New Delhi. The central agency raid is underway on the 4th floor of Herald House in the alleged money laundering case. This is the same place where the publication office of National Herald newspaper is located, the official mouthpiece of the Congress party. The ED raided the office at about 10 p.m. Searches are on since then. Congress has alleged political vendetta, attack center saying you cannot silence us. BJP hit back saying law is taking its course. Sonia and Rahul Gandhi are facing Enforcement Directorate heat, as you already know, in a money laundering case which is linked to the National Herald newspaper.
This is shocking. This is a new law for the BJP government. As sacred an institution as the National Herald, which was involved in the freedom struggle in the independent movement, to be, the national institution to be undermined, to be demeaned, and to be insulted like this is really shocking. We seriously condemn this use of ED to target all opposition leaders and now institutions also which are associated with opposition leaders.
The ED must be allowed to do its job. People who have looted the country are corrupt, prima facie, and have got no relief from the Honorable Supreme Court and High Court, should not cry foul. And thus, the ED so far has ensured that people who've laundered money belonging to the people of the country are being punished, which is a very welcome sign. This is the unique trait of the Gandhi Parivar. They want to enjoy all power, indulge in all misdeeds, illegalities, launder money, and then pin the blame on somebody who's no more. And I must also point out the fact that Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi had moved the Honorable Supreme Court and the Delhi High Court for quashing of the charges against them. And the Honorable Supreme Court refused to quash the charges. That itself says a lot about the illegalities committed by Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi.
Well, this action appears to be a part of furtherance of investigation in the National Herald case. But you see, the unfortunate fallout is that there is a prevailing perception that opposition leaders are being victimized for political motivation. It must not be such an act on the part of ED officials. We expect that ED officials, although they have been emboldened by the last week's Supreme Court judgment with regard to their powers under PMLA, but they must not act with any kind of extra legal consideration. If they are pursuing an honest investigation, they are certainly within their right to do so. But it must not look as though they are doing it at the instance of some political instructions to undermine the opposition and to harass the leaders.
ED is raiding the national held offices. What do you have to say, sir?
It is clearly a diversion tactics of Modi government to divert the attention from price rise, unemployment, like people-centric issues. And also they are believing in political vendetta against their political opponents. They are doing it with everybody. They think that ED is the biggest weapon for them to target the opposition. This is but we will face it.
After an early morning raid on Sunday in close to 15 hours of questioning, Sena MP was arrested. The Enforcement Directorate told a Prevention of Money Laundering Act court that Sanjay Raut was not cooperating with the probe and alleged evidence tampering. They sought 8 custodial days interrogation, but they were granted custody till 4th of August. Here's a complete report.
Early morning raids, 15 hours of grilling and a midnight arrest. And now, the court has sent Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut to ED custody till August 4th. But the ED remand came with some relaxations. The court directed ED to not conduct interrogation of Raut at night owing to his ill health. The ED must also ensure Raut got his medicine and would be hospitalized if required. Sanjay Raut has also been allowed to speak with his lawyers. The concessions came despite the ED accusing Raut of influencing witnesses and tampering with evidence. Sanjay Raut has been claiming that he is a victim of political vendetta. On Monday, former Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray backed his loyalist. The former Chief Minister compared the current political scenario with Hitler's rule.
सेकेंड वर्ल्ड वॉर चल रहा था तो हिटलर एक समय ऐसे आया था कि अब उस वक्त लग रहा था कि शायद हिटलर जीत जाएगा, पूरी दुनिया को अपने कब्जे में ले लेगा. तो उस वक्त डेविड लो मतलब हिटलर बॉम्ब डालता था और डेविड लो एक कार्टून निकालता था और वो कार्टून का जो एक परिणाम हुआ करता था वो बॉम्ब से भी ज्यादा होता था. तो यही होती है जो तानाशाही की बात होती है. जब सारे लोग अपने गुलाम होते हैं तो कुछ दिन के लिए जब तक उनका उपयोग आपके लिए होता है तब तक वो गुलाम अच्छे लगते हैं. बाद में गुलाम जब उनका उपयोग नहीं रहता है तो वो निकलते हैं.
Uddhav even used the famous dialogue from the film Pushpa to say that a real Shiv Sainik झुकेगा नहीं.
मुझे संजय राउत पर अभिमान है और बाला साहब का असली सैनिक सिर्फ वो पिक्चर देखने के लिए ठीक है पुष्पा झुकेगा नहीं, लेकिन ये झुका नहीं. जो झुकने वाले थे वो हमाम में चले गए और झुकने वाला कभी शिवसैनिक नहीं हो सकता.
In a show of support, Uddhav Thackeray even went to Raut's home to meet his family. Raut's arrest came after ED claimed that more than 11 lakh rupees were found at the MP's house. ED says it has enough evidence to nail Sanjay Raut in the multi-crore land scandal. But the Sena leader says the probe agency is shooting in the dark. Bureau Report, India Today.
Amidst the power tussle in Karnataka, Rahul Gandhi is going to be landing in the state as he's all set to attend Siddaramaia's 75th birthday. Rahul is going to be holding a key meeting with top Karnataka Congress leaders. Preparations are in full swing for Siddhautsav to mark the 75th birthday of Congress leader Siddaramaiah on 3rd of August. Karnataka's Devanagari district is where it's going to happen. Over 1,500 cooks have been hired. 5 lakh water bottles, 5 lakh Mysore Pak sweet packs. 3 lakh people are estimated to attend this particular event. The event is also going to be used to mobilize voters belonging to minority backward classes and Dalit communities. This comes at a time when a war is out and open between DK Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah for Chief Minister's post. Will Rahul Gandhi settle this crisis?
It's a Siddaramaiah Amrit Mahotsava. Preparations are going on. All people from throughout the state are going to participate. And even our Congress president, former Congress president, leader Rahul Gandhi is also participating in this one day after tomorrow. So we hope it will be a great success. More than 5-6 lakh people, around 10 lakh, we expect around 10 lakh people to gather there.
Just a few days before the release, Amir Khan's upcoming film, Lal Singh Chaddha, has become the centre of controversy. Day after social media trend of boycott Lal Singh Chaddha, Congress has come out in support of the actor. Taking on Twitter, Congress leader Priyanka Kharge took a direct swipe at the Modi government, highlighting how intolerance is rising under Modi government. He tweeted, and I quote, "When India was intolerant, Anthony was Amitabh, Raj and Rahul was Shah Rukh Khan, Prem was Salman, Akbar was Hrithik, Mohammad Yusuf Khan was Dilip Kumar." Yesterday, Amir Khan also appealed to the citizens, asking them to not boycott the movie, give it a fair chance.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how this environment has come about in Bollywood too. I mean, after all, they're movies. I mean, they were on celluloid, and we were a little more tolerant when Amitabh Bachchan played a Muslim character in Coolie, when he had a little accident. The entire nation prayed for him, and one of his most famous characters was that of Christian, of Anthony. Whenever you ask in the 90s, and anyone asks who is Raj and Rahul, people would say it was Shah Rukh Khan. Salman Khan stole a lot of heart as Prem, and Hrithik Roshan got a lot of accolades when he played Akbar. I mean, where are we headed? I mean, it's all a movie. They're all part of the country. They have done well for the industry. They have done well for others too in the industry. I mean, how did they all become so famous if other people from other communities did not like them? You think Salman Khan movies crossed 100 crores only by one community watching them? Amitabh Bachchan became a star by only one community watching them? Today, the South Indian movies are making great waves across the country. Is it because only one community or only South Indians are watching them?
As the party, we don't have any policy of banning or not banning or demanding films ban. You know, we are a national party. We don't take up frivolous issues like that. But however, one has to be sensitive about what, overall population is or public is or the viewers are thinking about the random statements these stars are making. Maybe that is the reason why they are demanding a ban. And maybe these actors who call themselves influencers need to be much more responsible when they make statements. There can be reasons why, and I'm saying that if an iconic movie star who happens to be an influencer makes statements openly, then he has to be responsible when he's making statements. You cannot blanket, everything under one color and say that, India is intolerant. How in the world can you make a blanket statement like that? I'm not holding on to that.
Slipping to a break. When we return, Kerala battles monsoon fury. Red alert in 7 Kerala districts, incessant rainfall prediction till Thursday.
You are watching India Today.
Did you know that work from home is now permitted in India's special economic zones? Well, yes, work from home will be allowed for a maximum of 1 year and may be extended to up to 50% of total employees, including contractual workers. The Ministry of Commerce of India has notified the Department of Commerce to offer new Rule 43A for work from home in the Special Economic Zones rules of 2006. The notification was issued on demand from the industry for making a provision for a country-wide uniform work-from-home policy across all special economic zones. The Department of Commerce thereafter held several rounds of discussion with various stakeholders before firming up the notification. This was the communication from the Ministry of Commerce. The notification is provided in a 90-day transition period for SEZ units whose employees are already working from home. Special economic zones are areas of India that have different economic regulations than the rest of the country. The economic laws are more liberal here than in a country's domestic economic laws. This is done to attract foreign direct investments. As of now, 378 special economic zones have been notified, with 265 of them being operational. The new rule allows certain categories of special economic zone employees to work from home. It includes employees of IT or ITES, SEZ units in the special economic zones, employees who are temporarily unable to work, employees who are traveling, and employees who are working off-site. The SEZ unit will be responsible for providing equipment and secure connectivity to employees who work from home. So what are your thoughts on the centre's new work from home policy? Tell us in the comments section.
You are watching India Today.
Heavy monsoon rains continue to batter several parts of Kerala. Normal life has been disrupted due to heavy downpour. Low-lying areas have been inundated due to floods. Red alert has been issued for 11 districts in the state. All education institutions have been declared, they've declared a holiday. Amidst the chaos, Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan cautioned people of the state to take necessary steps and travel less. Several tourist destinations have been shut till Friday. The fishermen folks have been advised not to venture out in the sea until further notice.
Heavy rains continue to hit Kerala as the state is on a red alert till tomorrow, and I'm right now at Pathanamthitta region, one of the majorly hit region in the state due to the heavy rains that started since Sunday. The place that I'm standing right now, it's a road actually, and the Pamba river is very close by. It's 500 meters away from the place where we are standing right now. You can see their houses almost merged in water. It's come to a major high level. It entered, from what we're picking up from the ground, from the residents here, the water entered the houses, and right now it's slowly, since the rain has come down a little bit, the water is slowly flowing. If I can show you this side of the machinery shop, these are the equipments that's merged in water. It's completely destroyed and they've stopped working. And also the wall, if you see, you can see a watermark here. So since yesterday, the water level was here, and day before yesterday, from what we are hearing, it was still here. And yesterday it reached till this level of water is what we are learning from the people here. A red alert, state under very major caution. Chief Minister has said that everybody who's living under dangerous circumstances close to the rivers and close to hilly regions should vacate as soon as possible, because this will go on till Friday is what the IMD is telling the state. With video journalist Tinku Rajashekar, this is Shibimol KG reporting for India Today from Pathanamthitta.
The monsoon mayhem is far from over. Several districts of Kerala are still facing incessant rainfall that has thrown life out of gear. A red alert has been issued in 7 districts of Kerala, including capital city of Thiruvananthapuram. Take a look at this report.
No mercy from rain gods. Streets submerged in water. Hours of power blackout. Monsoon mayhem continues to wreak havoc. Southern and central parts of Kerala continue to be battered by incessant rains, and there is no respite in sight. The rains have thrown life out of gear. So far, 6 deaths have been reported due to heavy rainfall in the state. Red alert is issued in 7 districts, including capital Thiruvananthapuram. With the Met Department predicting heavy rainfall for 2 more days, a holiday has been declared for schools and colleges in affected areas.
Monsoon has been active over Kerala, and it will continue for another 2 to 3 days. For the next 3 days, we have issued a red alert for Kerala. Day 1 and day 2, that is today and tomorrow, we expect heavy rainfall till middle Kerala, that is up to Idiki. And from third day onwards, we expect more rain in the northern districts as well.
Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan called a cabinet meeting to discuss the rain alert. He has advised people to take necessary precautions. The government has opened control rooms. Ministers have been given charge of each district. All major tourist destinations in the state are shut till Friday. Fishermen are advised not to venture into the sea until further noticed.
IMD has predicted that heavy winds are likely to hit the coastal regions, and people living in the coastal regions have been asked to move out of the place if required, as the rains will continue to hit the state in the next 4-5 days as per IMD's predictions. With video journalist Tinku Rajashekhar, Shubhimol KG reporting for India Today from Thiruvananthapuram.
And we're slipping into a short commercial break on India Today. When we return, big suspense and showdown over U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. After Chinese threat, U.S. warns dragon to not escalate tensions.
You are watching India Today.
Another Maha-Vikas Aghadi leader under ED glare. After Sena's Anil Parab, NCP's Nawab Malik and Anil Deshmukh, trouble mounts for Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut. Uddhav's close aide has been accused of money laundering charges in the rupees 1,000 crore Partha Chatterjee scam. This is not the first time a prominent leader from Maharashtra is being probed by ED for their involvement in a scam. In September 2019, ED filed a money laundering case against NCP chief Sharad Pawar and his nephew Ajit Pawar in connection with the Maharashtra State Cooperative Bank scam case. Former Maharashtra Minister Anil Parab is also facing heat for his alleged links to the violation of coastal zone rules in the construction of a resort in the Dapoli beach in Ratnagiri. Nationalist Congress Party leader and former minister Nawab Malik was arrested on February 23, 2022 by the Enforcement Directorate. Malik was arrested over alleged land and money transactions with henchmen of fugitive terrorist and underworld don Dawood Ibrahim, who is also mastermind of 1993 Mumbai attacks. The ED...
So sorry!
Sir cheese, sir paneer.
are watching India Today.
Breaking news coming in. U.S. Navy deploys 4 warships east of Taiwan as Pelosi heads to Taipei. That's the latest coming in at this point of time. Breaking news at this point. Gaurav Sawant will be joining us for the very latest. Gaurav Sawant is joining us for the latest. Gaurav, how would China and what are the possibilities, the manner in which China could hit back over Nancy Pelosi's Taiwan visit?
So very aggressive China, the kind of words that's coming, and it's actually up chain all the way to the Chinese President Xi Jinping. Remember that 2-hour, 17-minute long conversation that we had a couple of days ago with the US President Joe Biden. The Chinese president said that if you play with fire, you will burn, you will be singed by that fire, or words to that effect. And that's exactly what the spokesperson of the Chinese embassy in New Delhi has said, once again warning the United States about Nancy Pelosi's proposed visit to Taiwan. Now, we are told in a couple of hours from now, her aircraft would be headed in the direction of Chinese Taipei, and that she's not only likely to visit there for a couple of hours, that she may stay overnight and tomorrow visit the parliament. Now, this, according to China, is a major escalation and a major interference in China's internal affairs. Remember, China sees Taiwan as a part of its territory. Not just that, it's said, Chinese president in the past has said that the integration cannot wait forever, indicating that there is a timeline and there is a deadline before which, after which this integration of Taiwan, which sees itself as an independent country, will happen with mainland China. And that is why at this point of time, you have a large number of American warships and Chinese warships and aircraft in this entire area. Now, this is an indication of the heightened tension in this part of the world.
Absolutely. And what is the U.S., how is the U.S. warned China at this point of time? I believe that they have also put out a statement in this regard.
You're absolutely right. The United States has made it very clear. Nancy Pelosi is free to visit whichever country she wants, whatever part of the world she wants, and no country can dictate terms to the United States of America. Again, in that 2-hour, 17-minute long conversation between Xi Jinping and Joe Biden, the indication was that China is not very happy about Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. Now, this also becomes very crucial for China, because Xi Jinping is seeking an unprecedented third term as president of China. Now, should that happen, he would virtually, be the strongest man in China ever after Mao Zedong, in modern China. And that is exactly what he's aiming for. Now, in case Nancy Pelosi visits Taiwan, which is likely in some hours from now, it would be seen as a major loss of face for Xi Jinping. Despite the threats, despite the rhetoric, Nancy Pelosi will be in Taiwan. And what can China actually do on ground? China has carried out a series of military maneuvers and drills towards the east, while there are live firing of missiles, of rockets, including into the sea. There are aircraft, fighters, submarines, warships, stealth frigates, all of them out at sea carrying out an exercise from the 2nd to the 6th, and a notice equivalent of a NOTAM. Maritime notification has gone that a missile firing can take place anytime. This, in a way, is an indication that a US aircraft should not come to Taipei, and yet if it does in some hours from now, loss of face for China and a major shot in the arm for the United States of America.
Absolutely, Gaurav. In a massive show of strength, China is going to be holding a military exercise in South China Sea from morning to Thursday evening in retaliation to US Speaker Nancy Pelosi's proposed visit to Taiwan. China has banned the entry of other international traffic in South China Sea for this period. China has also held military drills in Taiwan Strait. Pelosi, a known critic of Chinese Communist Party, is visiting Singapore, Malaysia, South Korea and Japan, but may make an impromptu landing in the island nation. The US Secretary of State Anthony Blinken has called on China not to escalate tension in the event of a visit. China has also issued a stern warning saying, "Do not say we did not warn you," and claimed that its military would never sit idly by if Pelosi were to visit the island. China has said that the visit would interfere with China's internal affairs and would result in consequences for the US.
Previous speakers visited Taiwan. Many members of Congress go to Taiwan, including this year. And so if the speaker does decide to visit and China tries to create some kind of crisis or otherwise escalate tensions, that would be entirely on Beijing. We are looking for them, in the event she decides to visit, to act responsibly and not to engage in any escalation.
We have been clear from the very beginning that she will make her own decisions and that Congress is an independent branch of government. Our Constitution embeds a separation of powers. This is well known to the PRC, given our more than 4 decades of diplomatic relations. The Speaker has the right to visit Taiwan, and the Speaker of the House has visited Taiwan before without incident, as have many members of Congress, including this year. The world has seen the United States government be very clear that nothing has changed about our One China policy, which is, of course, guided by the Taiwan Relations Act, the 3 joint U.S.-PRC communiques, and the 6 assurances.
I would say that this is more suitable to be directed at herself or the U.S. side. Now, about the position and the attitude of the Chinese side, it's been very clear. China has on many occasions made it clear our position on this, and we have made serious demarches to the U.S. side. We are also closely following the itinerary of Speaker Pelosi, and if the U.S. continues down the wrong path, we will take strong and resolute measures to ensure our sovereignty and security interests.
China's military is now on high alert, and Beijing has cancelled the leave of some military officials and soldiers as it prepares for war with China over US Speaker Nancy Pelosi's reported visit. The military has mobilized the air defense forces to immediately prepare for war after a high-level briefing and a massive show of strength. China is going to be holding military exercise in South China Sea till Thursday evening, and that's the latest of the sea curfew. No entry allowed from August 2nd to 6th. We're bringing you all the latest details as far as this curfew is concerned. China has banned the entry of international traffic as well. There's muscle flexing during the Pelosi visit which is going on. These are the main pointers that you know as far as the sea curfew is concerned. We're bringing you the latest as far as this conflict is concerned. The world is now heating up over the Chinese threat. The latest showdown is over, as we are already reporting. U.S. House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, with Beijing warning Washington of serious consequences. Xi Jinping has issued a fresh threat to Joe Biden in a call on Thursday, declaring that those who play with fire will perish. It is a big conflict. Red alert.
The dragon is breathing fire, and this time at the United States. At the back of provocations over US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. The 2-hour and 17-minute call between Joe Biden and Xi Jinping was fraught with tension. Chinese statement quoted Xi telling Biden to tread cautiously, saying that those who play with fire will perish by it. Biden reportedly told Xi Jinping that United States strongly opposes China's unilateral efforts to change the status quo or undermine peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait. Neither the White House nor the Chinese statements mentioned Nancy Pelosi's name.
President Biden underscored that the United States policy has not changed and that the United States strongly opposes unilateral efforts to change the status quo or undermine peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait.
习近平强调，
Xi Jinping stressed that the historical background of the Taiwan issue is clear. The fact and reality that both sides of the strait belong to one China are clear. The 3 joint communiques between China and the US are the political commitments of both sides, and the one China principle is the political basis of the China-US relationship. We firmly opposed to the separatism of the Taiwan independence and interference of external forces, and will never leave any space for Taiwan independence forces in any form.
China has carried out a series of aggressive Air Force and Navy exercises close to Taiwan amidst reports of an impending visit of US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi to Taiwan in August. China has warned the US of consequences if Nancy Pelosi visits Taiwan as part of a broader scheduled visit to Asia. China is firmly opposed to Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit.
Recently, China has made it clear to the US on many occasions that it is firmly opposed to Speaker Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. We are fully prepared. If the US insists on going its own way, China will certainly take firm and forceful measures to safeguard its national sovereignty and territorial integrity, and the United States should be held responsible for any serious consequences.
Chinese fighter jets have repeatedly violated Taiwan's air defense identification zone, and ahead of Pelosi's planned visit, Chinese anti-submarine warfare aircraft, helicopters and ships carried out an exercise. The images were flashed on Chinese state television to send out a clear message to US submarines in the Taiwan Straits.
If US insists on going its own way, China will take strong measures to respond and counter resolutely.
US national security apparatus is understood to have held a detailed briefing for Speaker Pelosi, explaining the risks of her potential visit to Taiwan. She, however, has invited both the Democrats and the Republicans to accompany her. If Pelosi were to visit Taiwan, it would be the first visit by a speaker in the past 25 years. Analysts argue if US backs down at this stage, then China would gain an upper hand. However, China is being extremely aggressive at this stage, as Chinese President Xi Jinping is looking for an unprecedented third term and would want to send out a signal of a strong leader. Bureau Report, India Today.
China is not just provoking Taiwan by flying its fighters into the island's airspace, but the dragon is also breathing fire on India along the line of actual control. Over 2 years since the military tussle in Ladakh and several rounds of dialogue, the Chinese Air Force has resorted to intimidating tactics. Their fighter jets getting close to the line of actual control. Disturbing trend is testing India's patience. Here's a look.
China continues to tear in Ladakh, not just on land, also in the air. Chinese fighter jets have been flying close to the line of actual control. The aggressive forays in air clearly meant to provoke and send out a signal. And this happens as the two sides recently met for the 16th round of co-commander level talks. This is nothing but China's doublespeak. Disturbingly, such breaches have happened frequently in the past 30 days. Chinese fighter jets, including the J-11s, have come close to the line of actual control, violating the 10-kilometer confidence-building measure line. The Indian Air Force has responded firmly to these violations.
हमने काफ़ी radar deployment की थी वहाँ पे high altitude areas में all along East LAC. Chinese air activity वहाँ पे बढ़ रही है, तो हमने भी हमारे radar deployments और surface to air guided weapon deployment हमने भी बढ़ा दिए वहाँ. जब भी हम देखते हैं कि कोई air violation की संभावना है या कोई उनके जहाज उनके LAC के उस पार फ्लाई कर रहे हैं, तो हमारे भी जहाज हम यहाँ से स्क्रैम्बल कराते हैं.
The Chinese have been carrying out exercises close to the line of actual control. Officials say this is when their fighter aircraft have come close to the LAC. The matter was taken up by the Indian side as per the established norms with the Chinese, and they were told to prevent any such incidents in future, sources said.
By deploying our air defense fighters, air defense radars, as well as the surface missiles, and enhancing the entire air defense capability in that area. With this, we are able to now get much earlier the early warning of the intruding aircrafts, and thereby launch our aircraft, that is scramble our jets, to challenge these intruding aircrafts and force them to go back to their own land. This is what is happening in the Ladakh area as of today.
The Indian Air Force is keeping a close watch on Chinese air activities after these incidents. Since the summer of 2020, India and China have been locked in a military standoff in Ladakh with over 50,000 troops deployed even during the harsh winters at heights of over 15,000 feet in eastern Ladakh. There have so far been 16 rounds of core commander level talks, but a final resolution is nowhere in sight, even though there has been a piecemeal disengagement from some friction points. With Manjeet Negi, Bureau Report, India Today.
In a major airstrike in Kabul, US has killed Al-Qaeda chief al-Zawahiri. The strike to eliminate al-Zawahiri was carried out on Saturday, Biden said, underlining that no family members of slain terrorists were harmed during the operation. Al-Zawahiri was killed in a drone strike when he came outside on the balcony of house in Kabul, Afghanistan, and apparently lingered there, as US intelligence had noted he often did. Zawahiri was the plotter of 9/11 attack and key ideologue behind the global terror network for decades. Al-Qaeda leader Zawahiri was killed in Shipur neighborhood of Kabul, walking distance away from US Embassy complex. Biden and top US leadership have hailed the airstrike, calling it justice for victims killed in 9/11 attack. Taliban, however, has condemned an airstrike on its soil, calling it violation of Doha Agreement.
On Saturday, at my direction, the United States successfully concluded an airstrike in Kabul, Afghanistan, that killed the emir of Al-Qaeda, Ayman al-Zawahiri. You know, Zawahiri was bin Laden's leader. He was with him the whole time. He was his number 2 man, his deputy at the time the terrorist attack of 9/11. He was deeply involved in the planning of 9/11. One of the most responsible for the attacks that murdered 2,977 people on American soil. For decades, he was the mastermind behind attacks against Americans, including the bombing of the USS Cole in 2000, which killed 17 American sailors and wounded dozens more. He played a key role in the bombing of U.S. embassies in Kenya and Tanzania, killing 224 and wounding over 4,500 others. Justice has been delivered, and this terrorist leader is no more. People around the world no longer need to fear the vicious and determined killer. The United States continues to demonstrate our resolve and our capacity to defend the American people against those who seek to do us harm. You know, we make it clear again tonight that no matter how long it takes, no matter where you hide, if you are a threat to our people, the United States will find you and take you out.
My colleague Sneha Mordani elaborates on location of the safe house where al-Zawahiri was hiding.
This is to give you an idea about the map, essentially, of the safe house. They're bringing these details for you of the neighborhood. This is the Sherpur neighborhood, Zawahiri's safe house, and like it's being pointed out very clearly that this is in a posh Kabul neighborhood where al-Zawahiri was killed. This was a drone strike. So without any boots on the ground, America has managed to achieve this. Zawahiri was hiding in the safe house of this Pak terrorist stooge Afghan Minister Haqqani's aide. The neighborhood housing, the safe house, is merely meters from the erstwhile what used to be the US Embassy. In fact, it is being said that it's actually a walking distance from the what used to be the US Embassy.
India Today spoke with Voice of America correspondent a little while back on how Al-Qaeda chief was killed by an IX-XII missile, which is also called as a Hellfire missile. A warheadless missile slices through its target but does not explode. Listen in as he explains.
Yes, this was a drone that was firing what are called Hellfire missiles, according to sources. And what these Hellfires are capable of doing, they're sort of like giant blades or scissors, have you, where they use kinetic energy. It's not a big explosion, and that's how they were able to take him out while he was standing on the balcony without killing anybody else.
Let's bring you the details as far as the Hellfire missile is concerned. It's a non-explosive missile. We're getting you this image right here, equipped with 6 razor-like blades as well. You can see that through its target, but it slices through its target, but it does not explode. Air-to-surface missile. And what else can it do? Let's bring that on your screens at the moment. It can be launched from the air, sea, ground, weighs about 45 kilograms, and that's the weight of this missile on your screens. Let's tell you a little about the range as well of this missile. It varies from 500 meters to 11 kilometers. Taliban's close ties with Al-Qaeda is an open secret to the world. Right after al-Zawahiri was killed in US airstrike in Kabul, Taliban condemned the attack. The house al-Zawahiri was in when he was killed was owned by a top aide to senior Taliban leader Sirajuddin Haqqani, who is also a Pakistan stooge. Remember, the dreaded terror group Haqqani network tried to conceal that Al-Qaeda leader who was killed in US drone strike was at safe house in Kabul. Al-Qaeda chief al-Zawahiri took a keen interest in terror group's expansion in India through Al-Qaeda in Indian subcontinent offshoot. Zawahiri had earlier waded into Karnataka hijab row as well. Zawahiri had released a video in April focusing on hijab controversy raging in campuses in Karnataka, which he claims has exposed the reality of Hindu India and the deception of its democracy. He also hailed activist Muskan, backing her stance for rights of hijab. Zawahiri called Muskan his sister, and he wrote a poem praising her courage. The terrorist said that he was made aware of Muskan Khan's actions through social media. He accused the government of allegedly mistreating Muslims who are living in the country. He asked Muslims in India to react to the hijab controversy as well. In a major setback to former Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan, the country's election commission has found its PTI party received prohibited funding. ECP found that PTI received 34 foreign donations from America, Australia and UAE. ECP scrutiny committee probing PTI's funding revealed that the party allegedly hid funds worth millions of rupees. State Bank of Pakistan bank statement revealed that party had received 1.64 billion in funding, out of which PTI allegedly did not disclose the funding worth more than 310 million to ECP. ECP has now issued a show cause notice to PTI for violation of constitution after it found PTI chairman Imran Khan submitted false nomination form. Funds were generated through charity match. An Arab personality also pitched in a large sum of money. PTI can challenge ECP's order in apex court. In the case the Supreme Court bans the party, then all accounts will be frozen, offices sealed. All members of parliament will lose their status as lawmakers. Slipping to a break, when we return, Partha aide Arpita Mukherjee breaks silence on 50 crore cash mountain seized by ED, says it does not belong to her, claims it was placed in her absence. Details in minutes from now.
You are watching India Today.
Digi Yatra is going to be implemented in India from 31st August. It will allow passengers to catch their flight quickly if they are in a hurry. So basically, the Digi Yatra allows facial recognition technology or biometric-based digital processing of passengers done at the airport. It will be functional at the airports of 7 states: Delhi, Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Varanasi, Vijayawada, Kolkata and Pune. They would not have to provide their identity cards or boarding pass at different checkpoints, including the entry, security checks, and the aircraft boarding. It will also facilitate a self-bag drop. The initiative is expected to be a paperless, centralized registration system. The government ID repositories, airport security systems, and airline back-end network would be integrated together. A mobile application will also be launched by the Ministry of Civil Aviation. Digi Yatra application will share the ticket details and the facial data. The airport will be equipped with the biometric camera-based e-gates. Although the scheme is going to make traveling very easy, there are certain loopholes that passengers may not like. According to the Internet Freedom Foundation, there would be privacy risks with features like facial recognition for check-ins and data recall.
For me,
watching India Today.
Very good evening and thanks for being with us on India Today. I'm Chaiti Narula joining you with all the top stories. Let's start with headlines first. Partha aide Arpita Mukherjee breaks silence on 50 crore rupees cash mountain seized by ED, says it does not belong to her, claims it was placed in her absence. After Sonia and Rahul grilling, ED raised National Herald headquarters and capital searches at 12 locations in connection with the money laundering case. Congress cries vendetta. Congress attacks Modi government over Lal Singh Chadha, backs Amir Khan over boycott trend. Priyank Kharge says India has become intolerant. Big suspense and showdown over US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan after China threat. US warns Dragon to not escalate tensions. Clear Pakistan link emerges in drone killing of Al-Zawahiri. Islamabad stooge and Taliban Interior Minister Haqqani sheltered Al-Qaeda chief in posh Kabul safe house. Breaking news just coming in. ED has raided a nail salon owned by Partha Chatterjee's aide Arpita Mukherjee. She owned a nail salon and that has been raided now by the Enforcement Directorate. This happens to be in the Belghoria area. We're getting you latest as far as the Enforcement Directorate's raid is concerned. Multiple properties of Partha's aide Arpita are being raided. As you already know, her home was also raided and there's a nail salon that she owned. That is currently being raided as we speak. A nail salon owned by Arpita has been raided. This is a nail salon owned by Partha Chatterjee's aide Arpita Mukherjee. This happens to be in the Belghoria area. We're getting you latest as far as the ED heat on Arpita is concerned, on Partha Chatterjee's aide Arpita is concerned. Let's get you the latest in moments from now. All right, Ritik is joining us for the latest. Ritik, multiple locations raided, the latest being the nail salon owned by Arpita. Over to you for the latest.
Chaiti, it's been 4 hours now past that the Enforcement Directorate is probing, and also raids are on here in Kolkata, in several parts of Kolkata. One of them is this one. This is the Fort Oasis apartment, which is located in Gariahat, and flat number 506, which is on the 6th floor of this block 6 building. And this is, let me tell you, this is a very residential and a very posh area of South Kolkata, which is under scanner now. We are given to understand that a flat is under ED's surveillance, and apart from this particular location, there are several locations too which are under where the raids are undergoing. One of them is a nail parlor and nail beautification parlor owned by Arpita Mukherjee, which is located in Belghoria. Another flat in Madurdaho, Anandapur, which is also owned by Arpita Mukherjee, where ED officials reached this afternoon to track down some more details. Let me tell you that there are very few hours left before Arpita Mukherjee and Partha Chatterjee will be produced before court tomorrow. And ahead of the situation, when we are given to understand that Arpita Mukherjee and Partha Chatterjee is not cooperating with the investigative agency, and as of now they have tracked down several documents, details, and not only a mountain of cash has been recovered from Arpita's place, but also a haul of cash and a haul of gold was also recovered. Now they want to track down the more details related to this multi-crore scam, which is why they are conducting raids. And not only that, which was very shocking, today Arpita Mukherjee, while she was taken to ASI hospital for medical checkup, she reveals that amount of money which has been recovered from her place doesn't belong to her, and it was kept inside inside her flat without keeping her on loop, without in her absence. So it means that Arpita is trying to indicate some more, and as per the ED officials concerned.
Yes, Ritika, I'm coming back to you for more on this story. The probe in Bengal recruitment scam is exploding now. ED raids are underway at 4 places in Kolkata in connection with Bengal recruitment scam. Days after sacked TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee cried vendetta, his aide Arpita has distanced herself from 50 crore rupees recovered from her house. Rubbishing charges, she claimed that money does not belong to her. It was kept in her house in her absence. Meanwhile, amidst the raids in Kolkata, Shivendu met Home Minister Shah in Delhi. He claimed he has listed 100 TMC collectors who are allegedly involved in corruption. ED has so far recovered 50 crore rupees from Arpita's home and seized 8 crore rupees from her accounts linked with the shell companies.
ঢোকানো হয়েছে।
চলো চলো টাকা কোথায় পেয়েছো? অর্পিতা অর্পিতা টাকা কোথায় পেয়েছো?
টাকা ঢোকানো হয়েছে।
चलो चलो
दोनों इशू में बात हुआ। एक तो रिक्रूटमेंट स्कैम, इसमें एडुकेटेड अनएम्प्लॉयड यूथ करीब 80-90 लाख 80-90 लाख अनएम्प्लॉयड एडुकेटेड यूथ का सवाल है। और ये रैकेट है, इसमें टीएमसी का 100 से भी ज़्यादा लीडर लोग का इन्वॉल्वमेंट है। इसको जड़ से उखाड़ना पड़ेगा। ये पूरा रुपया तृणमूल का है और बुआ भातीजा का है। मेरा पास जो जानकारी था मैं ऑनरेबल एचएम को पास दे दिया। उसमें 100 से भी ज्यादा टीएमसी का एमएलए, मिनिस्टर और पंचायत लेवल का लीडर इन्वॉल्वमेंट है।
Former TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee faced public anger over Bengal SSC scam. Woman threw a shoe at Partha while he was being taken inside the ESI hospital for a checkup. The woman accused Partha of embezzling public money, said that is why she hurled a shoe at Partha. This comes after Partha was greeted with chor chor chants when he arrived at AIIMS Bhubaneswar for a medical checkup.
দিদি আপনার জুতো কোথায় গেল? কেন পার্থ চট্টোপাধ্যায়কে জুতো ছুঁড়ে মারলেন কেন?
শুনুন, আমার পেশেন্ট অসুস্থ, আমি ওষুধ আনতে আসছি, আমাকে ছেড়ে দিন, আমি ওনাকে জুতো মারতে আসছি, জুতো মেরে আমি খালি পায়ে ঘরে যাচ্ছি। জুতো মেরেছি কি জানেন? আপনারা জানেন না? হ্যাঁ, জনসাধারণের কত গরিব মানুষের টাকা নিয়ে কোটি কোটি টাকা ফ্ল্যাট কিনে রেখে দিয়েছেন। আমার বলেন কেন ওনাকে এসি গাড়ি চড়িয়ে ওনাকে গলায় দড়ি দিয়ে টানতে টানতে নিয়ে আসবেন? এসি গাড়ি চড়িয়ে হুইল চেয়ারে, হ্যাঁ আরো খুশি হতাম ওই জুতোটা যদি ওনার টাকা লাগতো। থ্যাংক ইউ। তা আপনি এখন খালি পায়ে যাবেন কি করে? জুতোটা কোথায়? আপনি জুতো কোথায়? তো এখানে যেখানে মেরেছি শোনো না।
Massive crackdown by the ED. Central agency has raided over 12 locations across the country. It is a multi-city raid. The ED has raided National Herald headquarters in Delhi. Central agency raid is underway on the 4th floor of Herald House in the alleged money laundering case. This is the same place where the publication office of National Herald newspaper is located, the official mouthpiece of the Congress party. The ED raided the office at about 10 p.m. Searches are on since last evening. Meanwhile, Congress has alleged political vendetta attacked the centre, saying you cannot silence us. BJP hit back saying law is taking its course. Sonia and Rahul Gandhi, as you already know, are facing Enforcement Directorate's heat in a money laundering case linked to National Herald newspaper.
This is shocking. No, this is a new law for the BJP government. As sacred an institution as the National Herald, it was involved in the freedom struggle, in the independent movement, to be, the national institution to be undermined, to be demeaned and to be insulted like this is really shocking. We seriously condemn this use of ED to target all opposition leaders and now institutions also which are associated with opposition leaders.
The ED must be allowed to do its job. People who have looted the country are corrupt, prima facie, and have got no relief from the Honorable Supreme Court and High Court, should not cry foul. And thus, the ED so far has ensured that people who've laundered money belonging to the people of the country are being punished, which is a very welcome sign. This is the unique trait of the Gandhi Parivar. They want to enjoy all power, indulge in all misdeeds, illegalities, launder money, and then pin the blame on somebody who's no more. And I must also point out the fact that Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi had moved the Honorable Supreme Court and the Delhi High Court for quashing of the charges against them. And the Honorable Supreme Court refused to quash the charges. That itself says a lot about the illegalities committed by Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi.
Well, ED's this action appears to be a part of furtherance of investigation in the National Herald case. But you see, the unfortunate fallout is that there is a prevailing perception that opposition leaders are being victimized for political motivation. It must not be such an act on the part of ED officials. We expect that ED officials, although they have been emboldened by the last week's Supreme Court judgment with regard to their powers under PMLA, but they must not act with any kind of extra legal consideration. If they are pursuing an honest investigation, they are certainly within their right to do so. But it must not look as though they are doing it at the instance of some political instructions to undermine the opposition and to harass the leaders.
ED is raiding the national held offices. What do you have to say, sir?
This is clearly a diversion tactics of Modi government to divert the attention from price rise, unemployment, like people-centric issues. And also they are believing in political vendetta against their political opponents. They are doing it with everybody. They think that ED is the biggest weapon for them to target the opposition. This is but we will face it.
यही कांग्रेस पार्टी के पार्था है, राहुल गांधी और सोनिया गांधी, जिनके खिलाफ कोर्ट के आदेश आए हैं, जिनको कोर्ट से राहत नहीं मिली है, परंतु कांग्रेस पार्टी अपने पार्था को बचाने के लिए कभी सड़कों पर उतरती है, कभी विक्टिमहुड कार्ड खेलती है। ये 4 पिलर्स ऑफ करप्शन हैं जो आज देश के सामने हैं, जिनका पर्दाफाश हुआ है, और ये 4 पिलर्स ऑफ करप्शन आज ढह रहे हैं क्योंकि उनके ऊपर इन्वेस्टिगेशन हो रहा है, परंतु ये इसको वेंडेटा बुलाकर ऑब्स्ट्रक्शन कर रहे हैं।
In Karnataka, Rahul Gandhi is going to be landing in the state as he's all set to attend Siddaramaia's 75th birthday. He's going to be holding key meeting with top Karnataka Congress leaders. Preparations are on in full swing to mark the 75th birthday of Congress leader Siddaramaiah. Karnataka's Devanagari district is where it's going to be held. Over 1,500 cooks have been hired. 5 lakh water bottles, 5 lakh Mysore Pak, sweet packets. 3 lakh people estimated to attend this particular event. The event would also be used to mobilize voters belonging to minority, backward classes and Dalit communities. This comes at a time when a war is out and open between D.K. Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah for Chief Minister's post. Breaking news coming in, cutting straight across to the protest that is going on here in the country. Let's get more details as far as this protest is concerned. Live visuals on your screens right now of a protest that is taking place in the national capital. We'll find out exactly what this is about in moments from now. Okay, National Herald headquarters. This looks like a Congress protest. Let's listen in.
ईडी के यहाँ पर आने का विरोध करते हैं क्योंकि ये हैरेसमेंट है, ब्लेटेंट मिसयूज है, इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग एजेंसी पे दबाव है। नेशनल हेराल्ड इज अवर प्राइड एंड इट इज अ न्यूज़पेपर ऑफ फ्रीडम स्ट्रगल। यू कैन नॉट सैबोटेज नेशनल हेराल्ड।
this protest in the national capital, ED hi hi, those are the chants that you can hear. Let's also listen into the chants that you can hear. They're protesting against the raid at the National Herald office. Congress mouthpieces office raided. The Congress party says that it's they take pride in that newspaper and it's a shame that it's getting raided. These are raids over the National Herald scam. Remember, Rahul and Sonia Gandhi were also quizzed in the alleged money laundering case, in the National Herald case. Latest coming in of the Congress party workers protesting in the national capital. This is on the back of the raid by the Enforcement Directorate at the National Herald newspaper. And this is coming in after the Enforcement Directorate quizzing of Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi. They've been reporting how the ED has raided the National Herald headquarters, and on the back of this, the Congress is now protesting against the Enforcement Directorate. I'm getting you those latest visuals that are coming in live from the national capital. You can see all the Congress party workers, many Congress party workers, I beg your pardon, holding placards. They are sloganeering while protesting. There's a lot of chaos that is going on right outside the National Herald office where the ED raid is taking place. Listen in to the sloganeering going on by the Congress party workers too. Let's listen in. Ashutosh Mishra now joins us live for the latest. Ashutosh, Congress party workers protesting against the Enforcement Directorate. We can see a lot of pandemonium outside the National Herald office. Bring us up to speed with the latest developments.
Well, we have seen the similar protest when Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi were summoned by the Enforcement Directorate for the questioning. And today when ED carried out searches in Delhi, Kolkata, Lucknow, 12 locations in the alleged National Herald scam. Here, just 5 minutes ago, the Congress workers hit out the street right at Herald House outside the publication office and carrying out protests against the ED. Virtually, the Delhi police had almost, prevented their entry inside the headquarters. But now these workers are protesting here, the youth Congress workers and the Congress workers. And now the police is trying to take them away. Of course, they will be detained here, but carrying out the banner and posters. You have already heard the MPs from the Congress calling it vendetta politics, calling it an ED's misuse against the Congress functionaries, Congress leaders. And here the protest, some around 30 to 40 Congress workers have gathered at Herald House protesting against ED's raid, which was carried out this morning by the Central Agency.
महिला कार्यकर्ता कुछ महिला कार्यकर्ताओं से बात करने की कोशिश करते हैं। गौरव, हम यहाँ की आपको तस्वीरें दिखा रहे हैं। हालांकि जो ईडी की टीम है, सूत्रों के मुताबिक वो सुबह ही यहाँ पर पहुँच गई थी, लेकिन उसके बाद जो कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ता हैं वो यहाँ पर शाम को पहुँचते हैं। कुछ महिला कार्यकर्ताओं से बात करते हैं।
जब मोदी डरता है ईडी को आगे करता है। पूरे देश में ईडी
देखिए,
देश में ईडी का प्रशासन पूरे देश में ईडी लगातार ईडी का दुरुपयोग किया जा रहा है। ये ब्लैटेंट मिसयूज है। सरकार ये नहीं समझ रही कि नेशनल हेराल्ड इस देश की आत्मा है। आजादी से पहले से ये अखबार चल रहा है। इस अखबार पर छापा मारना इस देश की आत्मा पे छापा मारना है।
इन्वेस्टिगेशन चल रही है।
हम सब जानते हैं ईडी किसके कहने पे इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रही है। हमारे लीडर्स गए, दे फॉलो ड्यू प्रोसेस, लेकिन कुछ नहीं मिला इन लोगों को, तो हम नेशनल हेराल्ड पे छापा मार रहे हैं। क्यों मारना चाहते हैं? इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग एजेंसीज कॉम्प्रोमाइज है, दे वर्क ऑन द डायरेक्शन ऑफ गवर्नमेंट।
ये देखिए, जो कांग्रेसी कार्यकर्ता हैं उनकी अपनी दलीलें हैं, और ये देखिए यहाँ पर पुलिस कोशिश कर रही है जो लोग बैठे हैं उनको किसी तरीके से यहाँ से जो गेट है हेराल्ड हाउस का, इसके बाहर से इनको यहाँ से हटाया जाए। ये लगातार कोशिश है, क्योंकि गेट के बाहर यहाँ पर आप देखिए, गेट के बाहर तमाम जो कार्यकर्ता हैं वो यहाँ पर बैठ गए हैं। उनके पीछे महिला कार्यकर्ता है। हालांकि पुलिस की संख्या इतनी नहीं है, यही वजह है कि पुलिस, ये देखिए, आपको हम यहाँ की तस्वीरें दिखाते हैं। देखिए पुलिस किस तरीके से यहाँ से लोगों को हटाने की कोशिश कर रही है। आप ये ताजा तस्वीरें गौरव हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। देखिए किस तरीके से पुलिस यहाँ से लोगों को हटाने की कोशिश में लगी हुई है। जो कार्यकर्ता है वो यहाँ पर पहुँचते हैं 4 बजे के आसपास, धीरे धीरे कार्यकर्ता एक एक करके यहाँ पे जुटते हैं और शायद पुलिस के पास इसकी पहले से इंफॉर्मेशन नहीं थी। एक एक कर कार्यकर्ता पहुंचते हैं, उसी समय पुलिस भी यहाँ पर पहुंचती है। इस इलाके को जो मेन गेट है उसको खाली कराया जाता है और अब जो कार्यकर्ता यहाँ बैठ गए हैं उनको यहाँ पर हटाने की कोशिश, समझा बुझा करके, धक्का मुक्की करके, हर तरीके से यहाँ पर पुलिस हटाने की कोशिश कर रही है। सीढ़ियों पे पहुंच गए थे लोग, उनको देखिए हटाकर आगे की तरफ यहाँ पर पुलिस लेकर के आई है। लगातार कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ता ईडी हाय हाय का नारा लगा रहे हैं, उनके अपने तर्क है और यहाँ पर पुलिस की कोशिश है कि किसी तरीके से गौरव इस एरिया को खाली कराया जाए। आप देखिए इस एरिया को, क्योंकि ये जो पूरा जो मेन गेट है
दुरुपयोग करा है। आज सोनिया गांधी और राहुल गांधी पे जो अत्याचार कर रहे हैं उनको देश की जनता से माफी मांगनी देंगे, तैयार है, फांसी लगा देंगे, तैयार है। हम कांग्रेसी आ गए,
मोदी सरकार
जांच करने का राइट ही नहीं है।
तो देखिए कार्यकर्ता है, उन सबके अलग अलग देखिए तर्क है। यहाँ पर वो प्ले कार्ड लेकर के और अचानक से जब कार्यकर्ता
Ashutosh Mishra is now joining us for the latest. Ashutosh, you've been getting us all the details as far as the protest outside the National Herald headquarters is concerned. At this point, can you bring us up to speed in terms of what's going on and what are the key demands at this point?
Well, you know, the only thing that the Congress and other opposition have been saying that stop misusing the central agencies, including the ED. And since this morning when the raids were conducted at 12 locations, including at the National Herald office in the capital, this was anticipated. Remember, when Sonia Gandhi was summoned, when Rahul Gandhi was summoned, from top leaders to the Congress workers, everyone almost were on the street. And we have seen the kind of outrage on the street against summoning of these two Congress leaders. And clearly Congress have been very vocal even since this monsoon session of Parliament began. And yet again when the raids were carried out, so clearly there was criticism and, aggression from the Congress when it comes to the parliamentarians issuing statements in the House. But clearly here on the street, at this evening, in a surprise way, the Congress workers came out on the street, protesting, and only thing they're saying that stop misusing of the central agencies. While the
जहाँ की है उसका कन्विक्शन रेट देख लीजिए, क्या कन्विक्शन रेट है। तो डराएंगे, जो इनके यहाँ डर के आता है वो गंगा धुल जाता है। जो नहीं डरेगा उसको ऐसे डराएंगे, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता।
सीबीआई से डराएंगे। राहुल जी और सोनिया जी जब पार्लियामेंट में दिखा देते हैं इनकी सीढ़ी, तो सीबीआई लगा देते हैं और लगा देते हैं उनके पीछे ईडी। तो हम ना तो पहले डरे थे और ना अब डरेंगे। ना मोदी से डरेंगे, ना उसके अमित शाह से डरेंगे, ना उसकी पुलिस से डरेंगे, क्योंकि मोदी जब जब डरता है दिल्ली पुलिस को आगे करता है।
Is Ashutosh with us? Let's bring Ashutosh Mishra to bring you up to speed with the latest developments coming in. The National Herald headquarters, and there is a protest that is going on by the Congress party workers outside the Herald House here in the national capital. Bringing you all the latest at the moment from the national capital. Ashutosh Mishra is right there, and as you can see, the heavy police deployment is there. The Congress party workers holding their party flags, holding placards. You can see a few women being manhandled by the women police officers right there. So far, this protest does not look violent at all, but it is a protest right outside the National Herald headquarters on the back of the Enforcement Directorate raids right there. We're getting a ground report, I believe. Let's play the ground report.
और यहाँ से भी अब पुलिस की कोशिश है कि किसी तरीके से उनको यहाँ से हटाया जाए ताकि इस सड़क पर जो ट्रैफिक है उसे खोला जा सके। आप देखिए महिला और पुरुष कार्यकर्ता दोनों यहाँ पर पहुंचे हुए हैं और पुलिस यहाँ से हटा करके ले जा रहे हैं। कैमरामैन अभिषेक भाई के साथ हिमांशु मिश्रा, दिल्ली, आज तक।
लो पैच करो, चलो पैच करो।
पार्टी की समर्थक हूँ और ये बार बार हमारे अभी तक सोनिया गांधी जी को ईडी के लिए बुला रहे थे, राहुल गांधी जी को ईडी पे बुला रहे थे। जब कुछ नहीं मिला तो चुपचाप मोदी जी ने ईडी को यहाँ भेज दिया। ईडी को कोई काम नहीं है क्या? हेरल्ड एक न्यूज़पेपर है, पहले उसके बारे में पढ़ लो, जान लो। अगर इतना ही उनको है तो आप ये जो कर रहे हो, जो आपकी अपनी सिटी में हो रहा है, उसको आप देखते हो। आपकी गुजरात में लोग मर रहे हैं शराब पी के, आपने तो कह दिया ड्राई सिटी है। कैसे ड्राई सिटी है? इतनी जहरीली की शराब वहाँ कहाँ से पहुँच गई? अडानी इतने घपले कर रहा है। अंग्रेजी सरकार आने वाली है। वही तो आप लोग सिर्फ एक सोनिया Ashutosh is now joining us for the very latest on this. Ashutosh, we can see a lot of Congress party workers showing outrage. They are going on to claim vendetta by the Bharatiya Janata Party, insinuating that the ED probably acting on behest of the BJP. What are you picking up from the Congress party workers?
Well, it's almost Shati, a high voltage drama outside the outside the National Herald building out here. There you see the police is now trying to convince the Congress workers to evacuate this area. In fact, many of them are being, being taken here. And since they were trying to enter in the building, the police stopped them. And other side, these protesters are meant here, rigid here, with the banner posters, with the Congress flag, protesting against the central government, calling them the misuse of the agency. And since this morning, the raids which were being carried out. Look at this. Other side there you see. Now they have almost virtually blocked this one of the stretch outside the Herald building. And now really the Delhi police has to struggle. क्यों आए हैं प्रोटेस्ट करने?
मांग ये कर रहे हैं कि ये जो फर्जीवाड़ा जांच हो रही है इसको बंद करें। ये 2024 के चुनाव में ध्यान में रखकर मोदी सरकार इसका नाजायज इस्तेमाल कर रही है ईडी का। ये वही ईडी है जो 2015 में इस केस को बंद कर चुकी थी। अब ये कौन सी ईडी आ गई है? तो ये ईडी गलत है या वो ईडी गलत है? सिर्फ और सिर्फ राजनीतिक साजिश है।
You see, Amrita Dhawan is also here in the field leading the team of the Women Congress workers. Almost now the Delhi police is asking them to vacate this area or there will be अमृता प्रोटेस्ट करने आप लोग आए हैं। सुबह से रेड चल रही थी। प्रोटेस्ट हम पार्लियामेंट में भी देख रहे हैं, स्ट्रीट पे भी देख रहे हैं कांग्रेस।
देखिए, प्रोटेस्ट इन्वेस्टिगेशन का नहीं है। प्रोटेस्ट इस बात का है कि सरकार के इशारे पे इन्वेस्टिगेशन हो रहा है। ईडी की अपनी विश्वसनीयता खत्म हो चुकी है। ये नेशनल हेराल्ड अखबार है जो आजादी से पहले से इसकी स्थापना हुई, स्वतंत्रता संग्राम का एक बहुत बड़ा माउथपीस है। जो ब्लडशेड हुआ इस आजादी के लिए, उसको स्वर्ण अक्षरों में इस अखबार में लिखा गया। इस अखबार को आप छापा मार रहे हैं। कल किसी भी मीडिया हाउस पे छापा मार सकते हैं ये लोग। ये सिर्फ उसकी आवाज बंद करना चाहते हैं जो इनके खिलाफ बोलता है। इनको दिख रहा है कि ये सरकार जानती है कि हमारे नेता डरे नहीं। राहुल जी ने 50 घंटे की इन्वेस्टिगेशन झेली। मैडम ने 3 दिन तक लगातार इन्वेस्टिगेशन ज्वाइन करी। हम तो ड्यू प्रोसेस फॉलो कर रहे हैं, पर बार बार इस इन्वेस्टिगेशन के नाम पर ये जो हैरेसमेंट किया जा रहा है, ये जिस तरीके से इसको जिस तरीके
there you see the Congress workers are being detained here. They are being taken from the ED office. They are being taken to the nearest police station. Of course, the police is asking them to vacate this area because this is not the place where they can carry out their protest. But here, the women Congress workers, the men Congress workers, all the police have now virtually barricaded them. They are being taken from this area. And of course, the protest against the ED's raid this morning at the National Herald office in the capital. Chatty.
And Ashutosh, we can hear sloganeering that says, very reminiscent of what we saw during independence times, going ED, go back, like Simon, go back. Ashutosh?
Yes, and the similar protest, because it reminds the protest, those images when Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi were summoned to the ED headquarters for the questioning. Of course, the number of the Congress workers were much more, and not only the Congress workers, but also the senior leaders from the party, from the Chief Minister of Congress ruled states to the senior MPs, all were on the street. And here today, remember, they have been really vocal from the day one, when Rahul Gandhi was summoned, when Sonia Gandhi was summoned, and everything what they have to say. You heard from Amrita Dhawan, that is the what line the Congress is taking, that the newspaper, which was the voice for the, the battle of independence, and here how the central agencies and the government is targeting. So one side the Congress claim vendetta subsequently then saying that how the Congress leaders, the opposition is particularly being targeted. And remember, we have also heard from the opposition, including the left and several others, that how they are now chugging on the strategy that to challenge the Supreme Court's verdict on the PMLA, the several amendments, 2019 amendments, and the power that they given to the EDs. Now, including Congress and left parties and several other opposition are also planning to challenge, seek a review to the larger bench to the order that Supreme Court recently upheld all the powers under the PMLA to the Enforcement Directorate. But other side, the optics war, the perception battle that also continue. There you exactly see why these Congress workers right outside the National Herald office, where the ED carried out raid this morning along with 12 other locations, they came out hitting the street and protesting. Chaiti.
And largely, Ashutosh, are these protests silent, calm? Because I could see a few female police officers manhandling one of the female Congress workers. Is it all calm, or is there any kind of violence? That we can see that again. I can see that on the screens right now, live visuals.
Well, not a violence at all. Not a violence at all. It is indeed a peaceful protest. Of course, they are aggressive. There are sloganeering, shouting, but of course, because many try to go towards the National Herald building, the police only try to prevent them. And in fact, if you see the rope barricade, have been made out here. This is to, prevent Congress workers from going inside, because this building also has a passport office and several other commercial institutions as well. Now they have been totally restricted to the other side of the road. So clearly, there is no violence or any such aggression either. Of course, when there is a political protest happens, these images are very common, because whenever they show aggression go towards other side of the building or the institution where they go to protest, the police try to prevent them. So that's what's happening. Largely, it is a peaceful protest, and so far they have been confined to a particular pocket, very small area, and the police is now appealing them to vacate and go back. And if that doesn't happen, then as a legal process under the CRPC, they will be detained and taken to the nearby police station. Look at this. Those women who came out from the particular pocket, now these police.
So far, Ashutosh, there have been no detentions, right, from the protest side. So far, there have been zero detentions from the protest side.
There have been no detention. Indeed, there have been no detention so far, because usually it's when such political protest happens, now the police will ask them to go back. But if they don't, given under certain time, of course they will be detained. And most likely we have seen under the political protest, whenever such it happens, whether the Parliament Street or Jantar Mantar or anywhere or these places, mostly it leads to a detention. In fact, when the day Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi were also summoned when Congress workers came out, including their certain chief ministers, MPs and top senior leaders, they all were detained. So here for now, the Delhi police only has confined them to one place. They're not allowed to go to the Herald building, and perhaps they'll be watching. If they're not going back home soon, then they will be detained and taken to the nearby police station.
That's right, and as we speak, the ED is currently conducting their searches inside the National Herald office, right? Inside, that's what's going on, and outside, this is what the protest is going on. If you could confirm.
Well, the raids which started at around 9:30 this morning, perhaps almost other locations it is over, and what we know, officials are still on the 4th floor at the account office, and perhaps in the files and records they were tracing. So that while continues, there we see the protest by the Congress workers right outside the Herald building. So of course that procedure, because several searches and raids, that quite takes some time. It goes in hours when the central agencies carried out such searches. So one side the raids being carried out by the agency, right outside on the street you see the protest by the Congress workers against the central agency's action.
No, absolutely. So we can see the protests. They're largely peaceful, no detentions. Ashutosh, is this protest of the Congress party restricted to outside the Herald House in Delhi, or have there been other locations? All right. Amit Malviya of the Bharatiya Janata Party joins us on the phone line. Mr. Malviya, your first up reaction. My question here is, the Congress shows a lot of outrage when either Sonia Gandhi gets grilled, Rahul Gandhi gets grilled, the ED raids their premises, but there is outrage amiss where the issues are of real concern to the nation.
Look, all this outrage is not going to help Sonia Gandhi or Rahul Gandhi. They aren't about law. They will have to be accountable for the massive corruption that has happened in the National Herald case. The matter has been looked into at various levels of the judiciary, and they have prima facie found merit in the allegations of fund embezzlement and acquiring properties worth thousands of crores by using public money. Having said that, the agencies have been tasked to do a job and they will do it. The opposition cannot cry vendetta. Being in opposition does not give you immunity against investigations. You look at Partha Chatterjee, the ED found cash worth more than 50 crore rupees. Satyendra Jain of the Aam Aadmi Party continues to be in jail and has got no relief from the judiciary. Similarly, Nawab Malik and Anil Deshmukh of the NCP are in jail and have not been able to convince the court otherwise. Therefore, the action of the agencies is very much in the realms of law. They have proof against these people who have indulged in massive corruption, and anybody, irrespective of their stature, will be investigated if they indulge in corruption, and Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi are no exception. My advice to the Congress workers would be to keep their powder dry when the Gandhis get convicted by the courts and have to face jail. Probably they should hit the streets at that point in time.
Mr. Malviya, how do you respond to the Congress Party workers at this point who are going on right there to say that it is the Bharatiya Janata Party that is using agencies like the Enforcement Directorate to target them?
I just said that these matters are being looked into by the courts. If Kolkata High Court found merit in the SSC recruitment scam and asked the agencies to investigate, then the agencies have a job to do. Similarly, if the courts have looked at the National Herald case and have prima facie found that there was wrongdoing and income tax and other agencies were asked to look into the matter, then clearly there will be investigations. Gandhis cannot expect preferential treatment in this country.
Also, there's a growing chorus, Mr. Malviya, that usually when you see these Enforcement Directorate raids that go on, they are usually on the opposition leaders, and not many raids you see as far as the ruling party leaders are concerned. How do you respond to that too?
If the ruling party members are corrupt, then the opposition should bring it out. And if they think that the agencies are not acting against ruling party members, they have the courts to go to.
Correct.
Let me remind these people that the case in National Herald was filed in 2013 in the court when the Congress was in power. Similarly, when the Colgate happened, the 2G spectrum happened, the BJP and its allies went to the court. And we made sure that they were held accountable. So to merely sit and allege that the agencies are acting against opposition leaders makes no sense, because the fact is that being an opposition, if you're indulging in corruption, you will be probed. And if you think that there are people in the ruling party or on the ruling side who are not being probed, then by all means bring out the evidence, go to the courts, and the courts will order the agencies to act.
Fair point.
It's as simple as that.
Absolutely. Mr. Malviya, I appreciate you taking the time out and joining us with that first up reaction on the protests that are taking place in the national capital. We're slipping into a very short commercial break here on India Today. When we return, big suspense and showdown over US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. After China's threat, US wants Dragon to not escalate tensions.
You are watching India Today.
With every sunrise comes new beginnings, new opportunities and new stories. And that's why we're first up. While you're sleeping, we're hard at work to ensure you get the perfect news shot every morning. Get you all the updates. Our morning mission to get you news that's fresh and packed with flavor. Watch First Up every weekday morning with me, Akshita Nandagopal, right here on India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
The air we breathe inside an airplane is continuously renewed during a flight. It's captured from outside. 30 to 50% of the fresh air, depending on the plane, is mixed with air already inside the cabin. Air from outside is collected near the engines. It then passes into an air conditioning pack where it is heated to about 20 degrees and pressurized to a level close to atmospheric pressure at sea level. The air is then filtered by HEPA, high-efficiency particulate air filters, which eliminate 99.9% of 0.3 micron particles, including viruses and bacteria. Once it's mixed with ambient air, the flow is then distributed inside the aircraft, moving up the fuselage towards the cabin ceiling before passing through vents situated above passenger seats. Meanwhile, a pressurization valve at the rear of the aircraft continuously sucks in air from the cabin at the floor level near passengers' feet and blows it out of the aircraft, thereby creating a continuous airflow. This makes it possible to maintain a constant pressure inside the aircraft and to renew air inside the cabin every 3 minutes.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Giant China is 267 times the size of tiny island Taiwan. It has an army that's 10 times bigger than Taiwan's. China's air force is 5 times bigger than Taiwan's. China has 18 times more submarines than Taiwan does. China has 5 times the number of personnel deployed in the Taiwan Strait area than Taiwan itself. But in all these years, China hasn't invaded Taiwan. And as we count down to the arrival of US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi in Taiwan, many people are wondering, if China is so much bigger, so much more powerful than Taiwan, why hasn't it simply invaded this island? We answer that question with all the details in the build-up on 5 Live at 5 p.m.
You are watching India Today.
Breaking news just coming in. Chinese state media reports US military movement to the east of Philippines, the neighbor nation to Taiwan. Reports say a US class destroyer was found moving in the waters to the east of the Philippines at 8:58 a.m. this morning. Reports also claiming that 4 military reconnaissance planes, 2 US P-8A anti-submarine patrol aircrafts, 2 Fokke 50 turboprop aircrafts from Taiwan Island had been moving around the island over the recent days. Abhishek Bhalla is joining us with the very latest details that are coming in. Abhishek, what more can you add on this new escalation in the US-China face-off?
Well, it seems things are really heating up as Nancy Pelosi is expected to reach Taiwan, even though there is no official announcement of her arrival there. She's on a tour of Asia where she's visiting countries like Malaysia, Singapore, Japan, and South Korea. And if she reaches Taiwan, she will be, in fact, the highest ranking elected official from the United States to be visiting Taiwan since 1997. China has already sounded the alarm, saying that if she indeed visits the country, then there will be serious consequences. In the run-up to the visit, China has been intimidating the Taiwanese side. There have been regular air incursions close to the border. So it remains to be seen how things will pan out in the days to come, if at all she reaches Taiwan.
Absolutely. There's more breaking news coming in right there. Breaking news is about Russia wading into US-China showdown over Taiwan. Now, Kremlin has warned the United States on Tuesday that an expected visit to Taiwan by US House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi would put it on a collision course with China and provoke tension in the region. Abhishek Balla still continues to be with us. Abhishek, if you could bring us up to speed with the warning that is coming from Kremlin.
Well, interesting, Chaiti, that Russia has jumped in to this, conflict between Taiwan and China, and where the US is also having a role to play in. And it all coincides, with what's happening in Ukraine over the last 5 to 6 months. This is a time when Russia is looking at very strong relations with China as well because of the war in Ukraine. And for Moscow to make a comment like this, amid all this, it's extremely significant.
Let's leave it at that. Thanks, Abhishek, for joining us with the latest details. We're slipping into a short commercial break. Lots more coming up on the other side.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Giant China is 267 times the size of tiny island Taiwan. It has an army that's 10 times bigger than Taiwan's. China's air force is 5 times bigger than Taiwan's. China has 18 times more submarines than Taiwan does. China has 5 times the number of personnel deployed in the Taiwan Strait area than Taiwan itself. But in all these years, China hasn't invaded Taiwan. And as we count down to the arrival of US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi in Taiwan, many people are wondering, if China is so much bigger, so much more powerful than Taiwan, why hasn't it simply invaded this island? We answer that question with all the details in the build-up on 5 Live at 5 p.m.
You are watching India Today.
India is now witnessing a lot of design innovation in couture. Experimental forms, designs marrying functionality. Indian couturiers are working like artists now. Not just that, a lot of diversity, inclusivity, gender fluid silhouettes are also making their way to the runways. Take a look at my report from the India Couture Week 2022. The FDCI India Couture Week wound up in the national capital, and the last few showcases were interesting. The showcases were innovative in their creative speed, putting design innovation in focus. Amit Agarwal married design form with functionality in creating these pieces in ingenious fabrics. There was diversity, inclusivity, and a lot of design innovation at the heart of his couture showcases, Peresis. Anamika Khanna's showcase had shapes inspired by goddesses paired with deconstruction and pattern techniques. The artistic speak had cultural references to tribal India, with a contemporary twist in the cuts and styles. Pearl took center stage. Metallic silhouettes, somber blacks, delicate lace and ivory to reds and emeralds, the collection was rather experimental. Rajkumar Rao walked as a showstopper for Khanna. Kunal Rawal's showcase was full of wearable couture. Luxurious minimalism with gender-neutral silhouettes. His collection, Dear Men, gave enough space to repurpose and mix and match pieces from his couture collection. Men's fashion is becoming more and more androgynous and gender fluid, and that's the trend we're picking up. Case in point, the Siddharth Titler showcase had a lot of that going, and then Kunal Rawal too had the androgynous styles going. Arjun Kapoor walked the ramp in the night's highlight piece, crafted with signature hems and ornamented with polki buttons. The actor was cheered on by Malaika Arora, who was also wearing a Kunal Rawal number, a bandgala with a crop top and a skirt which was fashioned in golden waffle embroidery. In New Delhi, Chaiti Narula for India Today. That's it from me on this bulletin. Thanks for watching. Coming up next, 5 Live with Shivaru.
You are watching India Today.
Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut's dramatic midnight arrest. After 2 marathon rounds of grilling and raids in the Partha Chatterjee land scam case. Sena MP had hugged his mother before being taken away by ED officials.
शिवसेना को कमजोर करने के लिए, लेकिन शिवसेना कमजोर नहीं होगी, महाराष्ट्र कमजोर नहीं होगा. दूसरी बात, संजय राउत झुकेगा नहीं, ना पार्टी छोड़ेगा, ना शिवसेना छोड़ेगा.
On Monday, ED took Raut for medical checkup at JJ Hospital before seeking his custody in court for tampering with evidence and dodging summons. Raut's defense in court included his heart condition. The Sena MP also called cases against him as baseless, claiming no role in land.
Giant China is 267 times the size of tiny island Taiwan. It has an army that's 10 times bigger than Taiwan's. China's air force is 5 times bigger than Taiwan's. China has 18 times more submarines than Taiwan does. China has 5 times the number of personnel deployed in the Taiwan Strait area than Taiwan itself. But in all these years, China hasn't invaded Taiwan. And as we count down to the arrival of US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi in Taiwan, many people are wondering, if China is so much bigger, so much more powerful than Taiwan, why hasn't it simply invaded this island? We answer that question with all the details in the build-up on 5 Live at 5 p.m.
So sorry.
Sir cheese, Sir paneer.
Giant China is 267 times the size of tiny island Taiwan. It has an army that's 10 times bigger than Taiwan's. China's air force is 5 times bigger than Taiwan's. China has 18 times more submarines than Taiwan does. China has 5 times the number of personnel deployed in the Taiwan Strait area than Taiwan itself. But in all these years, China hasn't invaded Taiwan. And as we count down to the arrival of US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi in Taiwan, many people are wondering, if China is so much bigger, so much more powerful than Taiwan, why hasn't it simply invaded this island? We answer that question with all the details in the build-up on 5 Live at 5 p.m. China-US showdown escalates. Speaker Pelosi heads to Taiwan. China sees red. Big countdown of Pelosi's touchdown in Taiwan. Dragon warns of serious consequences. World heats up over Beijing's threat. China's show of force ahead of touchdown. Big tension over Taiwan tango. In just 3 hours from now, US House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi will be landing on the island of Taiwan. China has threatened resolute military action and a retaliation in what they see as a meddling in their internal affairs, and they say that the United States is going to have to suffer grave consequences of this particular move. Just by landing in Taiwan, China sees this as an act of war. What's going to happen when that aircraft touches down? How are the armies and the armed forces of Taiwan and China compared? And why is the world's attention on this tiny island? We're going to tell you the big build-up to Nancy Pelosi landing in Taiwan on 5 Live. This is Shivarur and these are the headlines. Congress hits the streets in protest as Enforcement Directorate raids National Herald building in the capital, searches at 12 locations in connection with the money laundering case. Partha aide Arpita Mukherjee breaks silence in 50 crore cash mountain seized by Enforcement Directorate, says it doesn't belong to her. Her nail salon and 4 more properties are meanwhile being raided in Kolkata. Congress attacks Modi government over Lal Singh Chadda, backs Amir Khan over boycott trend. Congress Neta says India has become intolerant. Kerala battles monsoon fury, red alert in 7 Kerala districts, incessant rain prediction till Thursday, floods, landslide in several areas. Clear Pakistan link emerges in drone killing of Osama's #2 al-Zawahiri in Kabul. Islamabad stooge and Taliban Interior Minister Haqqani had sheltered the Al-Qaeda chief in Kabul. Tension is rising around the island of Taiwan, just off the coast of China. A big escalation is taking place right now between the US and China, both saber-rattling and both flexing muscle over the imminent arrival of US House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi in Taiwan, something that China sees as an act of war. Viral videos have flooded Chinese social media showing armored vehicles on the move in the southern Chinese city of Xiamen. Chinese media reports say that the US has moved many of its ships to the eastern part of Taiwan and near the Philippine Islands, very close to Taiwan. Reports say a US Navy destroyer has been found moving in the waters to the east of the Philippines at 8:58 this morning. Chinese armored vehicles on the move near the Taiwan Strait, as per some unconfirmed reports on Chinese social media. Also reports that 4 military reconnaissance aircraft of the United States Armed Forces are in the air over the Taiwan region. The entire atmosphere has escalated dramatically with less than 3 hours to go before Nancy Pelosi lands in Taiwan. Remember, China has threatened resolute military action in what they see as a grave interference in their internal affairs. China claims Taiwan as its own. Taiwan is autonomously governed and has been moving towards fully independent status. It has not been a part of the Chinese mainland since 1949. It's been a festering and a highly, highly inflammable issue for China, and that's the reason why they see the imminent arrival of this US politician as a threat, an intimidatory gesture, and an act of war on the United States' part. The United States is deployed in a big way, remember, already in the South China Sea and the Pacific. And now Chinese state media have begun putting up pictures of what they claim are US destroyers spotted in the area around the Taiwan island. Chinese social media flooded with images of armored vehicles. A great deal of social media muscle flexing is taking place at this point of time. Chinese media also flooded with intimidatory messages from the Chinese establishment and government talking of hard action against the United States for daring to send one of its politicians into Taiwan, a country that has seceded from China, but a country that China claims as its own. I want to go first to Wen-Yi Lee, is India Today's correspondent in Taipei, Taiwan at this point of time, to get a sense from her about what the situation is just ahead of the imminent arrival of Speaker Pelosi. Wen, thanks very much for being with me today from Taipei. Just take us through the preparations. There's been a lot of confusion, a lot of here and there over what time she's finally going to land. I think in just about 3 hours from now, Nancy Pelosi will be landing in Taipei.
Yes, so and just 3 hours from now, Nancy Pelosi is going to arrive in Taipei airport, and she is expected to stay overnight until tomorrow morning. Her schedule is already piling up. According to local media reports, she's going to visit Taiwan's Congress Legislative Yuan in the morning, and also she will probably meet Taiwan's President Tsai Ing-wen, and then she would also probably go to a human rights park. That's her schedule, and it is heard that she might postpone her schedule until late afternoon, and then after that she will fly to South Korea.
When, there are a lot of videos coming up on Chinese social media now of certain military movements. There's a Chinese Navy drill that's taking place, in the South China Sea. The Chinese social media has images of certain armored vehicles moving as well. What are you making of all of this?
So actually, this kind of tension happen when there's some U.S. Senior officials come to Taiwan or something. Some important officials come to Taiwan as well. So this is kind of some kind of threat from China that people in Taiwan are quite familiar with. So actually here, if you can see, for example, right now I'm at a park in Taipei, and then people here are actually really calm on the fact that Pelosi's visits, and then actually on the street you cannot really have the feeling that there's probably a potential invasion. No, people are actually really calm.
Okay, Wen-Yi Lee, stay with me. Thanks for that update, but continue to stay with me as I remind our viewers about the fast-paced developments. These are the latest 5 developments that we're tracking on this story right now. Let's take you through the first development now. On this proposed visit, in a big show of military might, the US Navy has deployed 4 warships east of Taiwan in the Pacific as Nancy Pelosi heads to Taipei. 2 US P-8A anti-submarine patrol aircraft and 2 Fokker-50 turboprop aircraft have been hovering around the Taiwan island. These are, of course, file pictures of the US Navy, but reconnaissance aircraft and ships have been deployed east of Taiwan at this point of time. Development number 2, China's spokesperson in India has issued a word of threat. He's warned that any visit by Pelosi to Taiwan will constitute a gross interference in China's internal affairs, warning the United States of grave consequences. He says, and I quote, "Those who play with fire will perish by it." Very, very hard words coming in from Chinese representatives all around the world. Big development number 3, a satellite image has emerged of a US Arleigh Burke-class guided missile destroyer found moving in waters east of the Philippines at 8:58 this morning. The Philippines Islands are due south of Taiwan. Big development number 4 at this point of time. The Kremlin, Russia, has waded into the Taiwan tension, warning the United States that a visit to Taiwan by Ms. Pelosi would put it on a collision course with China and provoke tensions in the Taiwan region. And finally, development number 5 that we're looking at, in a big bid to cement its own military might, China has been holding military drills in the South China Sea and the Taiwan Strait since Tuesday morning and will continue till Thursday evening. All other international traffic in the South China Sea has been banned during this period. So heavy-duty muscle flexing by China very much on at this point of time. Okay, let's just show you what China's oceanic curfew looks like around Taiwan. China is raising temperatures in a near unprecedented manner as far as Nancy Pelosi's imminent arrival in Taiwan is concerned. Now, they're already conducting a military drill in the South China Sea. This was supposed to have been a scheduled drill, but this is happening obviously to showcase China's military presence in that area where the US also has a presence. It has imposed a no-fly zone around the Taiwan island. No entry allowed from August 2nd till August the 6th in the South China Sea area for any kind of traffic. And there is also a great deal of muscle flexing in terms of aircraft of the Chinese Air Force and the Chinese Navy either sailing or flying very close to the Taiwan Strait. You've got aircraft that have been flying across the Taiwan Strait as well. So it's an extremely volatile situation. These are some of the big questions that are being asked at this point of time. Here are the big questions. What is China really threatening at this point of time? Is there a possibility of an attack on Speaker Pelosi's aircraft? Of course, there's very, very little, nearly zero chance of that actually happening. Issuing threats of military action, that's already happened. China has already threatened military action against the United States. Number 3, flex military muscle near Taiwan. As I just demonstrated to you, it's already definitely happening both from the air and on water. Could there be repercussions for the island of Taiwan after Nancy Pelosi leaves? Highly possible is what we're hearing. And is this all talks and mind games and no aggressive action from China? Is that also a possibility? Unlikely is what we're hearing, because this is too high profile and China is too committed now to aggressive retaliatory action to simply back off. There doesn't appear to be an honorable exit from those threatening words. And finally, could there be non-military economic actions against the United States after Pelosi leaves? That, of course, lies in the realm of possibility even now. I want to go back now to Wenyi Li. She continues to be with me. With all the threats that have been coming in from China, we'd like to understand from you, since you're in Taipei, what kind of action do you think China will take? They've made very specific threats. They've said things like resolute military action, grave interference in internal affairs. They've issued these threats from across different levels of the Chinese establishment. Even the Chinese spokesperson in Delhi has made those same threats. Do you think China will take any actions at all? And if so, what? When?
So actually, the real military actions from a lot of experts here in Taiwan, this might not be happening this time anytime soon. But if we look at the economic sanctions or economic actions, it is really actually happening. Just yesterday, that China just banned some Taiwanese brands and food exporters from exporting foods to China. So it actually adds a lot of economic pressures on Taiwan. So foods including seafood, tea, and honey, things like this kind of sanctions, this is really happening now.
Okay, so the sanctions and the economic actions have already begun against Taiwan. Could they be imposed against the United States as well? Could there be any kind of military action? Do you foresee any immediate military action, for instance, when, as the aircraft of Ms. Pelosi lands in Taipei? Do you think there will just be more words from China, or do you think there could be some actions as well?
I don't think there will be any kind of real tensions or actions taken by China, but we can see that China has been threatening by sending some aircrafts to Taiwan, to near Taiwan. So these are things that we have seen that they are doing.
Okay, Wen, thanks very much. I'm going to come back to you on this. But right now, temperatures are continuing to rise. We're going to be joined by more reporters from the ground in Taiwan in just a moment. There you have it. We've got a large panel of journalists and reporters and voices coming in. I'm going to ask my producer to keep talking to me, reminding me of where all our reporters are right now so we can give our viewers all the information they need right now, because this is rolling coverage. I can't hear very much, so I'm going to remind my producers to tell me what I'm expecting to see right now. We've got Ross Feingold, who's a senior journalist from Taipei, Divya Gopalan, Foreign Affairs Editor at Taiwan Plus, James Sheter Xingshan at the International Airport in Taipei, and Brian Heo is editor of New Bloom magazine, also in Taiwan. I'd like to take this up a little bit and get my prompter fixed for a moment. I want to go across first to Let's go across to Divya Gopalan, Foreign Affairs Editor of Taiwan Plus. Divya, any light you can throw on, what's going to happen? It's about 2.5 hours left for that 737, that US Air Force 737 to land in Taipei. Nobody wants to oversimplify what this is. This is, of course, a big global geopolitical game, but China has used very, very specific and aggressive, threatening language, talking of retaliatory action, grave consequences. Whatever those consequences are we going to see those when Ms. Pelosi is in Taipei?
Look, there's so many things that are troubling China right now. And for one thing, Nancy Pelosi's third in line to the U.S. presidency. That's a really high-profile visit. On top of that, she's coming to Taiwan on a military plane, so not a civilian plane. And on top of that, China has already made its arguments against Pelosi landing. They've warned Joe Biden. Joe Biden has even said that the military in the U.S. has said it's not a good idea for Pelosi to come. And yet it seems to be happening. Now, I need to point out that the Taiwan government still hasn't confirmed that Pelosi is arriving, and neither has the State Department. So they've shrouded this whole trip in secrecy, and part of that has to do with China's aggressive rhetoric and aggressive stance. Now, Taiwan people are used to that kind of language from China. What will China do? That is the question. Will it want to risk any military action, particularly because the U.S. is, by law, has to help Taiwan defend itself? Does it want to ratchet up that kind of aggression? That's the other question everyone's asking.
Yeah.
But what it will likely do is, as you said, flex its muscles. We've seen an increased number of incursions to Taiwan's air defense zone. We've seen naval ships in that median line that's just right on between the Taiwan waters and China waters. So you're definitely seeing all the posturing. Whether we'll take action other than economic action, which seems to be the most likely and easiest thing for China to do to punish the Taiwan people, that, as you said, is the big question.
I want to go across to James Chater, who's at the Xingshan International Airport in Taipei as well. James, all preparations on for the arrival of that C-40, the US Air Force C-40, with the US House of Representatives Speaker, Ms. Pelosi?
Absolutely, yeah. I'm here just over the road from Songshan International Airport, where we're expecting the House Speaker, Nancy Pelosi, to arrive in either 2 to 3 hours. The atmosphere is relatively calm at the moment. There's not too many planes coming in and out of the airport so far. And the scene on the ground at the airport, where I'm looking at just in front of me right now, is relatively calm.
Okay, it's relatively calm right now. I'd like to get some opening words in also from Ross Feingold, who's tracking all of these developments, rapid developments as a senior journalist. Ross, do you see anything apart from economic actions coming in? The world is holding its breath because many people believe that actions vis-a-vis Taiwan, didn't seem likely in the past, but under the current
Chinese president. They seem much more likely. This could be one big flashpoint. How are you seeing it?
Oh, maybe a flashpoint in the future, but frankly, for most people here in Taipei today, it's business as usual. People are not changing their daily activities in response to what people on social media in China say, nor do people here change their daily activities in response to what various spokespeople from Chinese government agencies say. People are aware of this, but also it's something for the politicians. The political leadership of Taiwan will meet this visiting delegation, but it's really not relevant to people in their day-to-day lives here.
Okay, it's not relevant to people's daily lives because we've seen images, and I'm glad to have all of you here on such an important issue, because if you look at this issue on social media, for instance, it looks like the wheels are turning, there could be an attack, and people are running in their hordes into their bunkers, and it's all very misleading. So that's the reason why here on India Today we're very happy to have all of you. Brian Heo, editor of New Bloom, is also with us live from Taipei. Brian, welcome. We've seen some reports on agencies of preparations that are on in Taiwan, for bunkers to be used and underground facilities to be used for persons. How would you put that into context? Because like Ross was saying, it's pretty much business as usual. Nobody's expecting a big military flare-up as a result of this visit.
Yeah, exactly. So I'd agree with the comments that have been said so far, that things are actually very calm in Taiwan. I think people are not panicking. People are not stocking up for the apocalypse. And so I think what is the danger then is that there is this reporting as though this is what we're happening. You have misinformation, disinformation circulating online, some of which may have psychological warfare aims. But then also you just have old footage being recycled as though this were new, or regularly scheduled activities such as the Han Kuang exercise, the air raid drill that occurs every year, as though this were in response to the Pelosi visit. It's not. It's just something that takes place every year. And so I think that's the danger here, that it becomes overstated because of social media exaggeration.
Oh, it is a social media exaggeration, and believe me when I say that we here in India know all about those the social media mind games. We're very familiar with it, especially in context of what's been happening in the Ladakh theater as well. Lots of propaganda, lots of mind games and psychological operations. Divya, is with China appearing to sort of commit itself or tie itself down to some kind of retaliatory action, how does that actually play out? Does China always make such specific threats? Will it be looking for some kind of an honorable exit after making threats of this kind? Or is it only to be expected that the retaliation will be, like you said, economic and at a later date?
Look, every time a foreign delegation comes to Taiwan, we hear a lot of rhetoric from China. Now, the fact is, for Taiwan, which largely remains unrepresented on an international stage, these kinds of visits, delegations, officials, government representatives, visits to Taiwan legitimize Taiwan as its own entity, with its own government, with its own democracy. And China really doesn't like that. So each time you will hear this kind of rhetoric and this kind of action, the question of whether China is going to act on it this time is, of course, looms large. And that's particularly due to the fact, especially, people have watched what's happened in Ukraine and drawn many parallels. Nobody thought that Russia would actually invade Ukraine, and they did. So, of course, people are questioning, people are taking caution. In fact, Taiwan's raised its military level of combat readiness this morning. That's the level it can defend itself. So on a governmental level, on a military level, they are watching this very closely and they are taking precautions. But as far as daily life goes, people have heard this time and time again. And the question is, does China really want to take this risk? Do they really want to do this and have the world turn against them, as we've seen, so much in Russia, and also antagonize the U.S., which has a duty to help Taiwan protect itself?
Absolutely. Very, very important point and perspective, about what China really wants to achieve by all of this, all of this air of threat over Taiwan. Does it see some kind of an opportunity to do what it has always wanted to do? Well, on the island of Taiwan at this point of time, like you've heard from all of our guests right now, it appears to be pretty much business as usual. Nothing out of the ordinary going apart from them getting set to welcome a big dignitary from the United States. We've got some news just coming in right now. I want to quickly update our viewers that Taiwan's presidential office website appears to be under a cyber attack, according to news agencies, just ahead of Nancy Pelosi's visit. Remember, cyber attacks have been, a fairly routine form of warfare by China. Taiwan has its own cyber defenses, but the Taiwanese presidential office website, we're told now, has come under some kind of a cyber attack, an intimidatory gesture or a message of another kind. But the website is apparently down, and there are news agencies now claiming that this is the result of a cyber attack from China. James, are you hearing anything of this kind? Cyber attacks, because when we've been reading about the situation between China and Taiwan, while cyber attacking and jamming a website is actually no big deal, cyber warfare is one of the things that could come into play if this becomes an escalating situation. Are you hearing about the president's website, James, going down?
I haven't seen the reports of this yet, but as you mentioned, cyber warfare and cyber attacks of this kind are extremely common in Taiwan, and the government is taking measures to combat such issues. There was a report published in the Agence France Presse last year, which said that Taiwan's government and Taiwan's government organs can, be subject to up to 4 million cyber attacks per day. So, this is something to be concerned about, and I'm sure the government is looking at all the options they can to deal with this effectively. But once again, this is part of this dissonance that sometimes comes up between, how international observers see Taiwan and how the Taiwanese government and how Taiwanese people experience this daily threat, this existential threat from China. As I mentioned, millions of cyber attacks, hacking attempts are foisted upon the Taiwanese government every day. So again, this is part of this, this peculiar kind of dissonance that sometimes comes up between, the international observers seeing Taiwan and how people are experiencing this on the ground.
Okay, cyber attacks pretty common, and this appears to be the latest instance of a Chinese cyber attack with the president's website in Taiwan going down just 2 hours before Nancy Pelosi arrives on the island. Now remember, China is also holding scheduled military drills in the South China Sea. Anything that happens right now vis-a-vis China and Taiwan is going to be seen as directly linked to the arrival of Nancy Pelosi. Beijing's fighter jets have been flying very close to the median line that divides the Taiwan Strait, the narrow strip of water between the mainland and the island. All of this seen to be in retaliation to US Speaker Nancy Pelosi's proposed visit to Taiwan that begins 2.5 hours from now. Pelosi has been a known critic of the Chinese Communist Party, and China may take an action that it threatens, or it may postpone it for later. But this landing on the island nation is now something that the entire world is watching. Take a look. US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi meeting members of parliament in Malaysia ahead of her crucial and globally watched visit to Taiwan. Pelosi, who began her trip to Asia on Monday in Singapore, is expected to arrive in Taiwan's capital, Taipei, later today. Despite warnings from Beijing, the United States has said it will not be intimidated by Chinese saber-rattling over Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, an island off the Chinese mainland that says it's not part of the People's Republic.
Previous speakers visited Taiwan. Many members of Congress go to Taiwan, including this year. And so if the speaker does decide to visit and China tries to create some kind of crisis or otherwise escalate tensions, that would be entirely on Beijing. We are looking for them, in the event she decides to visit, to act responsibly and not to engage in any escalation.
We have been clear from the very beginning that she will make her own decisions and that Congress is an independent branch of government. Our Constitution embeds a separation of powers. This is well known to the PRC, given our more than 4 decades of diplomatic relations. The Speaker has the right to visit Taiwan, and the Speaker of the House has visited Taiwan before, without incident, as have many members of Congress, including this year. Now, the world has seen the United States government be very clear that nothing has changed about our One China policy, which is, of course, guided by the Taiwan Relations Act, the 3 joint U.S.-PRC communiques, and the 6 assurances.
China is seeing red over Pelosi's Taiwan tour. Beijing has declared that its military will never sit idle. It has also sounded an alert, telling the United States, don't say we didn't warn you.
We can see such a visit is apparently very much dangerous, very much provocative. If the U.S. insists on making the visit, China will take firm and strong measures to safeguard our national sovereignty and territorial integrity. Definitely, such a visit undermines the One China principle, undermines China's sovereignty and territorial integrity.
Hours before Pelosi's impending Taiwan arrival, China released a series of propaganda videos showing its military equipment and carrying out a series of drills. Is China then preparing to take the first shot? Taiwan is preparing its air raid shelters amidst rising tensions. The island nation has vowed to defend itself and has made strengthening its defenses a priority with regular military and civil defense drills. Other preparations include designating shelters where people can take cover if Chinese missiles start flying in, not in purpose-built military bunkers, but in existing underground spaces like basement car parks, parts of the subway system, and underground shopping centers.
Most everyone has a basement in their building. It doesn't matter if they're categorized as an official shelter. What's important is to know what you need to bring with you, what's currently there, and for you to be able to stay there for a long period of time.
When you look at the war in Ukraine, when they strike, in the beginning they would hit military targets. But it's hard to imagine that they would not hurt the innocent public. Normal buildings, organizations or schools could get hit by strikes too. In the same vein, Taiwan could face the same situation.
The China-US showdown is only escalating. The world is on edge over conflict red alert in Taiwan. Bureau Report, India Today. One of the questions that people commonly ask, given the size difference between giant China and tiny little Taiwan, is why hasn't China, with all its aggressive ambitions and expansionist culture and philosophy, simply invaded and taken over Taiwan? Why hasn't it done it in 73 years? Well, it's a vastly complex issue, but I'm going to try and answer it for you in 10 simple points. Try and encapsulate and try and capture the simple answer to a very complex question. For starters, if China attacks Taiwan, it won't just be Taiwan defending, because Taiwan has very powerful allies. Because if attacked, the United States as well as Japan have committed to entering the battle and defending Taiwan. So let's get that out of the way. Taiwan is not alone in this fight, despite being a tiny little island. Third point, the Taiwan Strait is 128 kilometers at its narrowest point. So it's not like Taiwan is just next door. There's a fair bit of ocean to go across to reach Taiwan. Remember, Taiwan isn't just some ramshackle island. It has advanced air force and air defense assets, fighter aircraft, Patriot missiles, all kinds of very, very advanced weaponry supplied by the United States. The invading force, that is China in this case, will need to move most of its troops and occupying forces by sea if it wants to invade. The invading force would therefore be necessarily slow and therefore vulnerable to anti-ship attacks from Taiwan. And Taiwan is bristling with anti-ship weaponry. The cities and targets in Taiwan are majorly spread out. So it's not like there are very, very few targets that can be engaged. There are all the military bases and cities are hugely spread out, so it's difficult where to attack from. The western edge of Taiwan, that is the edge of Taiwan that faces China, is a very riverine area with cliffs and canals, and therefore it does not afford an opportune or optimum area to attack from, and that's the one that China will have to look at. There are very few beaches for possible Chinese amphibious landings on the island of Taiwan, so that's another big, big hurdle if China wants to take Taiwan by force. There are many, apart from the main island of Taiwan, there are many small Taiwanese islets in the Taiwan Strait which have huge numbers of anti-ship and air defenses as well as radars which are constantly trained and looking at China and Chinese movements. It would be very difficult for the People's Liberation Army, Air Force, Navy to seize the ports and airstrips in Taiwan without simply destroying them. And once they destroy them, they will have no further use for them. So it's a huge paradox. If they want to take control of those crucial infrastructural points, the seaports and the airports, they can't do it without a fight. And with a fight, they'll be destroyed. And therefore, they probably won't have any more use for them. Now, let's tell you a little bit more. Let's zoom in just a little bit more and tell you about Taiwan's anti-China muscle. Because this is a country that has been armed to the teeth by many of its allies, mostly with defensive weaponry. It has developed its own offensive weaponry. But here's China's Okay, I'll come back to this in just a moment, but let me go to Gaurav Sawant right now. Gaurav, the fact that Taiwan has been able to put up a credible defense against China so far, is a matter of great surprise to many, many viewers and many observers, because as we've just explained, it is a far from simple issue. Taiwan enjoys the direct military support of the United States and Japan. But even apart from that, this is a country that is bristling with defenses and all primed against China. It simply exists with its defenses because of the constant threat of a Chinese invasion, Gaurav.
Shiv, right from its inception, Formosa to Taiwan, the effort was defense against a communist China. While mainland China may talk about integration and Xi Jinping may say it cannot wait forever, the fact remains, with its F-16 fighter jets and a string of Patriot surface-to-air missiles, very, very clearly with the Patriot missile defense shield, there is a protective shield that Taiwan has put around itself, along with what is known as strategic ambiguity of the United States of America to come to Taiwan's defense. And this has been in place for decades. Also, the role of Japan, in terms of China may say that it can take this territory not by force but by convincing them to be a part of mainland China. That's easier said than done. Shiv, there's another aspect. Apart from the military aspect, there is also the trade and business aspect, the amount of trade between the two, and China's dependence on Taiwan, including for something as strategic or as important as the microchip. Now, in case, what Taiwan says in its defense, even the missiles that China has uses the microchip made in Taiwan for its use. So very, very simply, there are effective systems of checks and balances that Taiwan has in place, and fiercely patriotic to the core to defend their democracy and their rights.
And Taiwan is an industrial powerhouse. Like I said, it's not just some island, off the coast of China. It's a country that very much, it's an island that and a nation that stands by itself in a very, very big way. Remember that China does not look at Taiwan as a separate entity whatsoever. It's part of the one China philosophy. And that's the reason why China is seeing red over what they see as an interference in their internal affairs. We've got more breaking. Gaurav, stay with me. We've got more breaking news coming in. Okay, China's fresh red alert as Nancy Pelosi's visit approaches just 2 hours from now. The Chinese Foreign Ministry has just issued a statement saying the US will certainly shoulder the responsibility and pay the price for undermining China's sovereignty and security interests. China's Foreign Ministry spokesperson also says, we hope US officials will clearly understand the importance and sensitivity of the issue and how dangerous it would be if this visit actually happens. Let's listen in for a moment.
美方必将为其损害中国主权安全利益承担责任，付出代价。我们密切关注佩洛西的行程，如果美方一意孤行，中方必将采取坚决有力的措施，维护中方的主权安全利益。中美双方呢一直在各个层级通过各个渠道，在北京和华盛顿都保持着密切的沟通。中方多次明确无误地向美方阐明了中方坚决反对美国众议院议长窜访台湾的坚定的立场。我们希望美方的官员呢能够清楚地理解这个问题的重要性、敏感性以及一旦发生的危险性。
China's the narrative is escalating. The words being used are becoming, more specific. The threat of a retaliation and an escalation coming thick and fast from the Chinese establishment. Grave consequences and endangering of the world if this visit goes through is what China is now threatening. We've got Taiwan's best journalists on our panel this evening, and William Yang is also joining us from Taipei. William, quickly want to get a perspective from you. These statements that are coming out from China, obviously more and more of them coming up as the landing of Nancy Pelosi gets closer. What are you making of them, William? The general sense we're getting from Taiwan appears to be it's business as usual. These are psychological mind games. The air of threat has always been there. There's nothing out of the ordinary. Whenever a foreign dignitary visits, this is what China usually does. Do you see anything different this time?
Honestly, there isn't really much difference in terms of China's response, the wordings, and the potential way that they are going to retaliate against Taiwan. Yeah. I think, as you just pointed out, Taiwanese people have been dealing with this kind of threat for decades, and over the last few years, China has not once, stopped using the gray zone tactics to actually try to intimidate Taiwan. Yeah. So whether Nancy Pelosi is visiting or not, China will still fly their fighter jets into Taiwan's air defense identification zone. And at the same time, other items from Taiwan could still be banned from importing into China. So I think that is why Taiwanese people are not necessarily having a very big reaction to the news that she is visiting, and also having big reaction to the kind of wordings and the threats that have been coming from China.
William, because, there are things like, this is a question I want to ask because from the outside, it's difficult to judge because, and that's why a perspective like yours is so valuable at a time when we're talking about the possibility of conflict breaking out. And I'm glad to hear that it's not being seen as, out of the ordinary this time either. But, things like airspace closure, the cancellation of thousands of flights in mainland China on Tuesday, are you seeing those things as out of the ordinary and a possible indication that things could actually escalate this time, or no?
I mean, I'm sure there's definitely going to be additional tactics that they have not really used that often. Right. And I think the closure and the air traffic control, that's definitely one thing. And the other is there were 2 Chinese naval vessels being spotted near the coast off the east side of Taiwan's offshore island, Orchid Island.
Yes.
So these are, I think, definitely new ways that they're added to Pelosi's visit. And I think it reflects the level of importance that they're putting to the visit of Pelosi, because I think, after all, this is the highest level U.S. official that has visited Taiwan in 25 years, and probably the highest that we will be seeing, because any higher than Pelosi's level is going to definitely trigger more unpredictable response from Beijing. But I think we also have to keep in mind that no matter what kind of responses that Beijing is going to use this time, is going to be pretty measured, because we need to keep in the back of the mind that the 20th Party Congress is coming up in the fall, and Xi Jinping is actually facing the task of being basically running for the unprecedented 3rd term as the Chinese leader. So he does not need an external trouble or conflict with a big power. So what he wants is to show a stance, but at the same time, the stance needs to be strong enough so that he can convince the domestic audience that he is the right leader, because he chooses the right moment to show China's strength. And this is one of those moments.
Very, very interesting and very, very crucial points, helping us understand and put into perspective this unfolding story. William, I request you to stay with me for just a few minutes longer. China has increasingly become more belligerent. We're seeing it happen live during this broadcast, and is also, remember, seen to be using its Belt and Road Initiative to spread its sphere of influence by hook or by crook. It's doing it in different parts of the world. Several countries that have fallen into China's debt trap are increasingly waking up to the threat posed by China. In the United Kingdom, Rishi Sunak, aspiring to be the British Prime Minister, has said China poses the biggest threat to the world's security at this point of time. Here is how the world is waking up to the China threat more than ever before.
An aggressive military power, an economic superpower. China's hostile policies have kept its neighbors and the West forever on the edge. The latest leader to talk of the China threat is Britain's Prime Minister contender Rishi Sunak, who labelled Beijing as UK's enemy number 1. During his campaign, Rishi Sunak laid out his plans to take on China if he made it to 10 Downing Street. Sunak said he would close all 30 Confucius institutes running in Britain to prevent the spread of Chinese influence through culture and language. Britain's spy agency MI5 will be employed to combat Chinese espionage. Sunak claimed the dragon was stealing UK's technology. The former finance minister of Britain recognized the threat China was posing to India. India has been in a standoff with China alongside the LAC for 2 years now, with more than 15 rounds of talks bearing no fruit. India has cracked down on Chinese business, its apps following the face-off. But nothing has stirred China as it keeps provoking Indian forces stationed in eastern Ladakh. US-China ties are faring no better. The latest confrontation is over Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, the growing flashpoint in Asia. Many other nations share concerns over China's expansionist vision, but Beijing appears unfazed despite slowly being isolated in the world. Bureau Report, India Today.
And our build-up coverage to the arrival of Nancy Pelosi in Taipei in just 2 hours from now continues. All of those updates will be right here. I'm taking a very quick break. On the other side, I can't complete this show without telling you about Al-Qaeda's chief Ayman al-Zawahiri, who's just been killed by the United States 2 decades after the 9/11 terror attacks. Full details on the other side.
Digi Yatra is going to be implemented in India from 31st August. It will allow passengers to catch their flight quickly if they are in a hurry. So basically, the Digi Yatra allows facial recognition technology or biometric-based digital processing of passengers done at the airport. It will be functional at the airports of 7 states: Delhi, Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Varanasi, Vijayawada, Kolkata and Pune. They would not have to provide their identity cards or boarding pass at different checkpoints, including the entry, security checks, and the aircraft boarding. It will also facilitate a self-bag drop. The initiative is expected to be a paperless, centralized registration system. The government ID repositories, airport security systems, and airline back-end network would be integrated together. A mobile application will also be launched by the Ministry of Civil Aviation. Digi Yatra application will share the ticket details and the facial data. The airport will be equipped with the biometric camera-based e-gates. Although the scheme is going to make traveling very easy, there are certain loopholes that passengers may not like. According to the Internet Freedom Foundation, there would be privacy risks with features like facial recognition for check-ins and data recall.
Your approach towards these films and these roles. You know, you keep getting asked this question. A lot of actresses keep getting asked this question. What happens after marriage? What happens after 40? What happens? Are there roles written for women? It's a question that women constantly keep getting asked. And you've also answered this in the past. But now I want to ask you, is that, does ageism still exist? Does sexism still exist?
No, I think only on social media, not actually in life, because it makes good topic and you're constantly like talking about it. You're constantly, you know, it gives a topic of discussion. People are writing articles, debates are happening and everything. But I mean, in the reality of situation is that we're still working. Everyone's getting their work. If you're talented, you will get work. Yeah. If you're looking good, you will get work. If you're, you know, being yourself, you'll get work. So you have to have the confidence in yourself also, you know. And today, I think everybody is doing great work. Yeah. Age is just a number. I mean, people are doing different characters. And you're as old as you look, you know. So I think that that's what you have to go by. I mean, it makes good copy to write things and say things and all that. But I think Twitter और इन सब प्लेटफॉर्म में अच्छी होती है कि ये डिस्कशन चलना कि एजिज्म सेक्सिज्म ये है वो है but your decisions should speak that. I mean, I'm still working. I worked throughout my pregnancies and people who have a problem with it don't take me. But the fact is that
And finally, the elimination of Ayman al-Zawahiri, the Al-Qaeda chief today. President Biden is beaming. The US weapons industry is gleaming. So clean was the strike that there was no explosion. The coordinates were so accurate that the missile didn't even need a warhead. It just went straight down and cut al-Zawahiri into little chunks of meat. Great job. And it's important to congratulate the United States on this important day. But it's also important to show what a failure the war on terror has been so far. Please remember, viewer, that Zawahiri was killed while living as a VIP in Afghanistan's capital, Kabul, the same country that the US had to pull out of just last year. And al-Zawahiri was accommodated and protected by the Taliban. That's right, the same Taliban that impressed anti-fascist Indian activists by holding a press conference after seizing power last year, since it afforded a precious pot shot at the Indian Prime Minister. But I digress. The point is, 21 years after the so-called war on terror began, the US remains bogged down hunting terrorists that aren't just VIP protectees, but now run full governments in big countries like Afghanistan. This is the same US that has had to watch helplessly as Pakistani terror structure has aided and funded the rise of a jihadi government and the deaths, remember, of nearly 2,500 US soldiers. The same Pakistan which housed Osama bin Laden, but now gets a free pass despite housing several more high-profile terrorists. So while we celebrate the justified, necessary killing of a terrorist like Ayman al-Zawahiri, remember that it's only a reminder that the war on terror in many important ways is a total failure. Thanks for watching.
Gender-agnostic fashion lines and models are now prominent in India too. While the trend is still catching up, more non-binary models are getting their due finally. The Pride Month each year brings more awareness and the change is palpable.
Fashion seems to be breaking the gender barrier, right? And I think a lot of that credit goes to people like Ranveer Singh, who are massively looked upon, looked up to by this particular generation. The fact that he breaks stereotypes and he's not conforming to this whole idea is great. So people say if he can do it, so can we. And which is so ironic in India because our royals, our Rajas and Maharajas were always wearing these very sort of flowy, clothes, which today, well, could have been considered feminine, but that was part of how we were. In fact, even like jewelry and men with so much jewelry and stuff was very part of our Rajas and Maharajas and the royal culture. So I'm glad today we're coming back to this point where, that whole thing in the middle where we went through saying skirts are for women and shirts and pants are for men is sort of dissolving, and that's incredible.
Fashion is a means of self-expression and new social constructs in order to bring about sartorial changes as well. Whether it is the Indian kurta or the dhoti or the angarakhas, Indian tradition has always had elements of gender fluidity. Today it is the printed pants, bomber jackets, tees, all screaming gender fluidity. The designers are getting more aware, discerning of inclusivity and creating genderless fashion. They are involving models who are queer and non-binary and giving them their due. Nitin Baranwal, who identifies himself as queer and non-binary, was featured in an iconic Rahul Mishra ensemble. In fact, the Sabyasachi ex Bergdorf Goodman made a statement in this regard too. Model Rabbani Victor has been featured in multiple designer campaigns, and the one from Shantanu and Nikhil's Tribe India story, captioned, "No labels, no social norms, no preconceptions," says it all.
Co-presented by PolicyBazaar.com.
US strikes big on the terror outfit. Osama bin Laden's right-hand man killed. 9/11 plotter Ayman al-Zawahiri whacked. US drone strike kills the Al-Qaeda chief. Taliban condemns the airstrike on their soil. But US President Joe Biden claims this is justice delivered. Top focus on 6 p.m. Prime. Good evening and welcome. You're watching 6 p.m. Prime. I'm Pooja Shali. After 2011, in which Osama bin Laden was killed, now his closest aide, Ayman al-Zawahiri, has also been eliminated. And in next half an hour, I'm going to tell you exactly how was this secret mission and then neutralized by the United States of America. First, the headlines. Congress party hits the streets in protest as the Enforcement Directorate raids the National Herald building in Delhi. Searches at 12 locations in connection with the money laundering case. Partha aide Arpita Mukherjee breaks silence on 50 crore cash mountain seized by the ED, says it does not belong to her. Her nail parlour and 4 more properties have been raided in Kolkata. The Congress party attacks Modi government over Lal Singh Chadda and backs Amir Khan over the boycott trend. Congress Neta Priyank Kharge says India has become intolerant. Siddaramaya's 75th birthday bash with big political flashpoint between him and DK Shivkumar over the Chief Minister face race. Rahul Gandhi to attend the event. Grand preparations are on. Kerala battles monsoon fury. Red alert in 7 Kerala districts. Incessant rainfall prediction till Thursday. Floods, landslide in several areas of the state. It's a big suspense and showdown expected over US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. After China's threat, United States of America warns the dragon not to escalate tensions.
China tries to create some kind of crisis or otherwise escalate tensions, that would be entirely on Beijing.
Close to midnight, in a major airstrike in Kabul, in Afghanistan, the United States of America has killed the Al-Qaeda chief Ayman al-Zawahiri. Al-Zawahiri was killed in a drone strike when he came outside on the balcony of his safe house in Kabul. Here's a report about what exactly transpired and how did America successfully operated this mission.
First Osama bin Laden, now Ayman al-Zawahiri. US avenging the deadly September 11th attacks on its soil, which killed nearly 3,000 Americans. 11 years after eliminating Osama bin Laden, US forces caught up with his number 2, the Al-Qaeda's Zawahiri. At the balcony of his safe house in a posh Kabul locality of Shirpur,
walking distance from the erstwhile US Embassy. A Hellfire missile fired by a Reaper drone took out the Al-Qaeda chief, who was possibly standing and staring at the Kabul skyline. The missile, equipped with 6 razor-like blades and without a warhead, is said to have sliced right through Zawahiri. But there's no way to confirm that that's precisely how he died. Images of the strike showed smoke billowing from the hideout and a shattered balcony, even though there was no explosion.
And what we know, according to senior administration officials here, who did brief reporters just before President Biden spoke, is that they had detected the movement of Zawahiri's family back to Kabul. And that's what led them to keep an eye on this particular building. And then they started to notice this man standing on the balcony a lot, very similar to what we saw with Osama bin Laden in Abbottabad.
The Al-Qaeda chief was sheltered by Taliban's interior minister and Pakistan terror stooge Sirajuddin Haqqani's close aide, revealing a clear Pakistan nexus. The US called the elimination of al-Zawahiri after Osama as justice served.
Justice has been delivered, and this terrorist leader is no more. People around the world no longer need to fear the vicious and determined killer. The United States continues to demonstrate our resolve and our capacity to defend the American people against those who seek to do us harm. You know, we make it clear again tonight that no matter how long it takes, no matter where you hide, if you are a threat to our people, the United States will find you and take you out.
Hunting down the Al-Qaeda chief was a task for US forces and intelligence agencies, coming as it does over 2 decades after the 9/11 attacks. While bin Laden's hideout was covered with a 7-foot wall, al-Zawahiri was visible to CIA drones when he was strolling in his balcony. Biden was briefed about the Kill Zawahiri operation 2 months ago. In July, the operation plan was presented to him along with the model of the Al-Qaeda chief's house in Kabul. President Biden ordered the attack on July the 25th, and it was on the 31st of July that the Al-Qaeda head was eventually killed. The US and Taliban blamed each other for breaching the Doha Pact after the killing. The war on terror continues. Bureau Report, India Today.
So how did possibly the United States of America's intelligence and military manage to successfully implement this operation? Remember, for the past few months, since al-Zawahiri managed to find shelter in a safe house in Kabul, the intelligence agencies were tracking the pattern, were trying to analyze and gaining confidence and developing intelligence if they were correct. When the operation was successful and US President Joe Biden was briefed about the impact and ensuring that this strike will be successful via a Hellfire missile. Then via the drone, the target was specified, and from US, as you can see, directly to Kabul, where that safe house was in Afghanistan. After all other options were eliminated, the strike was implemented. 30th July night, US undertook this precision counter-terrorism operation with the confidence of Joe Biden, who eventually then announced with the killing when it was confirmed that justice has been delivered. I'm now joined by our managing editor Gaurav Sawant on this. Gaurav, now Osama bin Laden was a more popularly known face, but while Zawahiri was low profile, he had managed to unleash a lot of terror and is known as the butcher of innocents across the world, and specifically of American civilians and armed forces personnel. How significant do you think this specific strike should be seen in?
You know, Pooja, there are 2 very important aspects to this incident. One, the doctor of terror has finally been neutralized. Remember, he's somebody who's seen as the brain of the Al-Qaeda. While Osama bin Laden was this charismatic terrorist leader of the Al-Qaeda, the real brain, according to most analysts, was Ayman al-Zawahiri, a surgeon, an eye doctor, born in Cairo, in a well-to-do family, a family of professors. He actually was tried in the Anwar Sadat assassination case. He spent time in jail. He fled Egypt and first went to Saudi Arabia, then to Peshawar in Pakistan, and that is where he's been involved in a number of terrorist strikes on American civilians and soldiers. The twin strikes that took place on the American embassy, including the one in Kenya, and the attack on USS Cole, the US Navy ship. So he's been involved in a series of terror attacks, including 9/11. Yes. Remained under the radar for quite some time. But the alarming aspect is 20 years after America's war on terror in Afghanistan, this terrorist was back in Kabul. He wasn't killed in the mountains of Tora Bora. He was killed in downtown Kabul in a very upscale locality. Now there is information subject to verification that members of the Sirajuddin Haqqani family were also neutralized. This is a claim being made by some journalists, subject to independent verification. So this situation remains extremely alarming. The return of Al-Qaeda and Taliban to Kabul, and the fact that Osama bin Laden was killed again in a built-up urban area in Abbottabad, barely 100 meters from Pakistan Military Academy, Kakul.
Now that you've mentioned that important point, how are we looking at a possible US-Pakistan deal here, Gaurav? Because it was the US intelligence that had confirmed that from Pakistan, where his whereabouts earlier were expected to be, had moved to a safe house in Kabul.
You know, again, a very pertinent point you make. Pakistan is in dire straits. Pakistan is on the verge of bankruptcy, and Pakistan desperately needs an IMF bailout. The civilian establishment has repeatedly failed, so much so that Pakistan's Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif actually authorized the Pakistan Army Chief, General Qamar Javed Bajwa, to reach out to Wendy Sherman and to the US administration to get at least a couple of $1 billion out of the United States of America through IMF, to ensure that Pakistan doesn't default on payments. Now, this is a quid pro quo relationship, and this is a quid pro quo relationship. If you look at history over past 20 years, each time a high-profile American leader was to visit either Afghanistan or Pakistan, Pakistan would actually hand over a low-hanging fruit, some terrorist, and get more money out of the United States of America. They've done this over 20 years. This time, there are analysts who argue that it was Qamar Javed Bajwa who, for an American IMF bailout, actually gave out information about where Ayman al-Zawahiri was hiding. Because remember, he's come there only after the Americans left. He was in Pakistan, came to Afghanistan, was living in Sirajuddin Haqqani's house, living in the house of Afghanistan's interior minister, and neutralized there. Clearly,
thank you so much, Gaurav Sawant, for helping us understand what precisely could be Pakistan's role here as well. But Gaurav is also updating us with new information that is coming in with regard to Haqqanis. Now, when we talk of this secret weapon of choice, what was this missile that actually eventually killed al-Zawahiri? Let me explain it to you. It's very interesting. This is the AGM-114 RX-9. This R9X Hellfire is a variant. It's very important. Now, this variant is with a kinetic warhead. What does that mean? It actually means that air-to-ground missile, this is laser-guided and has pop-out blades, at least 6 blades in this case, and instead of explosives, it slices through the target. So, al-Zawahiri would in all likelihood had been sliced into pieces but did not explode. What does that mean? To avoid any sort of a hostage situation or endanger any possible civilians around him, the slicing is used, and that is why some other commonly known words of this specific variant of the Hellfire missile is called the Ninja Bomb and the Flying Jinsu, so as not to harm collateral damage around. It's very interesting that it has appeared to have made its debut in 2017, but is never officially recognized by the Pentagon or the CIA. It was in 2019, where this Hellfire variant is expected to have been used to kill Jamal Ahmad Muhammad al-Badawi, who was an Al-Qaeda operative, was accused of masterminding and was involved in the USS Cole attack in 2019. That is when it came into the public domain. It's also been used in Syria and Afghanistan for targeted executions in 2020, but it does now become the weapon of choice for specifically the US military. Remember, not exploding, silently slicing the target on the ground. Now, to get a bigger perspective on this Hellfire missile, India Today spoke with the Voice of America correspondent a little while ago on how the Al-Qaeda chief was killed by the RX-9 missile, which is used and called as a Hellfire missile. A warheadless missile, slices through the target, does not explode. Listen into what he explained.
Yes, this was a drone that was firing what are called Hellfire missiles, according to sources. And what these Hellfires are capable of doing, they're sort of like giant blades or scissors, have you, where they use kinetic energy. It's not a big explosion, and that's how they were able to take him out while he was standing on the balcony without killing anybody else.
So this AGM-114 Hellfire missile is used the world over, and India also has access to these missiles. With the India-US deal of 22 Apache helicopters, take a look closely. With these Apache Guardian attack helicopters, have the Hellfire missile attached to it. These are armed with fire and forget Hellfire missiles. The Apache attack choppers can track up to 128 targets in a minute and prioritize threats. The missiles equip the gunships with heavy anti-tank armor capabilities as well. So India also has an access to these Hellfire missiles with regard to the Apache helicopters. So Ayman al-Zawahiri has now been neutralized. But who was he in the first place? Not as commonly known as Osama bin Laden. He hails from Egypt, was accused of the assassination of one of the Egyptian presidents. But with the radical Islamist groups that he started to join, from Muslim Brotherhood to Egyptian Islamic Jihad, he is known as the surgeon of terror and the mastermind of 9/11 terror attack in the United States of America that killed almost 3,000 people. Here's a report. With $25 million bounty on his head, Ayman al-Zawahiri, the senior-most leader of the terror group Al-Qaeda, the right-hand man of Osama bin Laden. Zawahiri was an eye surgeon by profession, who also then helped found the Egyptian Islamic Jihad and took over the leadership of Al-Qaeda after the killing by US forces of Osama bin Laden in May 2011. Born in Cairo in 1951, Zawahiri came from a family of doctors and scholars. But after radicalization, joined the Islamist group Muslim Brotherhood as a teenager and contributed to calling for the overthrow of the Egyptian government. In 1981, Ayman al-Zawahiri was rounded up for the assassination of Egyptian President Anwar Sadat. By 1993, Zawahiri took over the leadership of the Egyptian Islamic Jihad and became a key figure, plotting series of attacks on Egyptian government ministers, including the Prime Minister Atif Siddiqui. In 1998, he was accused for 2 simultaneous attacks, destroying the US embassies in Kenya and Tanzania, killing 223 people. With other senior Al-Qaeda members, Zawahiri is believed to have plotted the October 12, 2000 attack on the USS Cole naval vessel in Yemen, which killed 17 US sailors and injured more than 30 others. In September 2001, Zawahiri is considered to be the mastermind of series of airline hijacking and suicide attacks where approximately 3,000 people died. Now, with Ayman al-Zawahiri killed in a US strike in Afghanistan, it is the biggest blow to the terror group since its founder Osama bin Laden was killed in 2011.
The United States successfully concluded an airstrike in Kabul, Afghanistan that killed the Emir of Al-Qaeda, Ayman al-Zawahiri.
And as US President Joe Biden said, justice delivered. Bureau Report, India Today. So Osama bin Laden dead. Now Ayman al-Zawahiri also gone. Who will then succeed for the Al-Qaeda terror outfit? There are already names emerging. On top is the own family member of Zawahiri. Mohammad Abate is likely to be the next because he's the son-in-law and also senior advisor head of Al-Qaeda's external communications. Now this, remember, is going to be perhaps more interesting because as a son-in-law, he clearly is in the know-how of how the Al-Qaeda works, already has some sort of training given by Ayman al-Zawahiri. Let's go across to another one because Mohammad Abate, apart from being the external communications, there is one Saif al-Adel. Saif is being touted as a key Al-Qaeda functionary, and that indicted in 1998 US Embassy, Kenya bombings as well. Take a look at this, possibly the next terrorist of Al-Qaeda. He's considered a key functionary also because of his experience coming in with regard to launching the Kenya bombings, in which over 200 people were killed, all Americans. We're also looking at, after him, Ahmed Omar Abu Ubaide. Remember, this is already two done, but it is the Somalia connection that comes in here. He leads the Somalia terror organization Al-Shabaab. He's already overseen Al-Qaeda offshoots operations. Ahmed Omar Abu Ubaida carried out the violent terror attacks in Kenya. This is in reference to the US embassies that were targeted both in Tanzania and Kenya, in which over 200 people were killed. So this is what we are looking at. Remember, terrorist has been killed. Terrorism, jihadi extremism, not yet over and out from this world. We have some big news coming in. Let's take a look at that. The Chinese state media has now released a new threat. This is coming in with regard to what the China is saying, that the entire security mechanism of Taiwan Island will be considered when Beijing reacts to Pelosi's visit. The Chinese mainland may start to execute control of the airspace and the waters adjacent to the island to ensure there is not a second Pelosi visit to the island. Remember, this is clearly coming in as a threat. This is with regard to United States of America stating that Nancy Pelosi will be making that visit to Taiwan. But China issues a new threat saying the entire security mechanism of Taiwan Island will be considered when Beijing reacts to Pelosi's visit. The Chinese mainland may start to execute control of the airspace and waters adjacent to the island to ensure there is not a second Pelosi visit to the island again. This, remember, till now, President Joe Biden and specifically the United States senior most officials have been saying and asking China not to escalate tensions and warning China on the standoff as well. But clearly China also going ahead with the latest on that. Let's go across now to our defense editor as well. Abhishek, how do we look at this specific state media releasing a new threat?
Well, clearly intimidating tactics by the Chinese, something that they've been indulging in the run-up to this expected visit. And also, you know, there were several instances when Chinese fighter aircraft were hovering around the airspace of Taiwan. In fact, in Taiwan, there had been several drills to be completely ready in case there is an air raid from the Chinese side. So this is something that is on the unexpected lines, and China has been continuing with this propaganda and intimidation. Not just this, in fact, China has also earlier stated that if the visit is to go on, then US will be responsible for the consequences because China would take military action. What happens next, we'll have to wait and watch. But certainly Chinese intimidation and propaganda at its best right now.
Abhishek, thank you so much for this coming in. Remember, with the House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, China now again giving out a threat, as it appeared, just few hours ahead of that visit. Pelosi right now, remember, is in Malaysia and is expected to, in the next few hours, be visiting Taiwan. I'm heading into a very short break. When I return, the Congress party hit the streets again, this time in protest, as the Enforcement Directorate is raiding the National Herald building in Delhi. 22 locations have been searched. We get you the latest from the ground on this.
Armed with facts, she takes the news by its horns.
You think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
A massive crackdown by the Enforcement Directorate. The central agency has now raided over 12 locations across the country. In the multi-city raids, the ED has also raided the National Herald headquarters in the national capital, New Delhi. Following the searches, massive protests erupted with Congress workers and supporters staging a sit-in dharna on the streets. Congress party slammed the centre, calling the raids a political vendetta and a move to purposely disturb the Congress. The BJP hit back, saying law is taking its own course. Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi are facing the ED's heat in a money laundering allegation case linked to the National Herald newspaper. Here's what the streets of Delhi look like via the Congress party.
The newspaper, which was the voice for the battle of independence, and here how the central agencies and the government is targeting. So one side the Congress claim vendetta, subsequently then saying that how the Congress leader, the opposition is particularly being targeted. And remember, we have also heard from the opposition, including the left and several others, that how they are now chugging on the strategy that to challenge the Supreme Court's verdict on the PMLA.
ED is raiding the National Herald offices. What do you have to say, sir?
It is clearly a diversion tactics of Modi government to divert the attention from price rise, unemployment, like people-centric issues. And also they are believing in political vendetta against their political opponents. They are doing it with everybody. They think that ED is the biggest weapon for them to target the opposition. This is but we will face it.
This is shocking. No, this is a new law for the BJP government. As sacred an institution as the National Herald, it was involved in the freedom struggle, in the independent movement, to be, the national institution to be undermined, to be demeaned and to be insulted like this is really shocking. We seriously condemn this use of ED to target all opposition leaders and now institutions also which are associated with opposition leaders.
यही कांग्रेस पार्टी के पार्था है, राहुल गांधी और सोनिया गांधी, जिनके खिलाफ कोर्ट के आदेश आए हैं, जिनको कोर्ट से राहत नहीं मिली है, परंतु कांग्रेस पार्टी अपने पार्था को बचाने के लिए कभी सड़कों पर उतरती है, कभी विक्टिमहुड कार्ड खेलती है। ये 4 पिलर्स ऑफ करप्शन हैं जो आज देश के सामने हैं, जिनका पर्दाफाश हुआ है, और ये 4 पिलर्स ऑफ करप्शन आज ढह रहे हैं क्योंकि उनके ऊपर इन्वेस्टिगेशन हो रहा है, परंतु ये इसको वेंडेटा बुलाकर ऑब्स्ट्रक्शन कर रहे हैं।
Look, all this outrage is not going to help Sonia Gandhi or Rahul Gandhi. They aren't above law. They will have to be accountable for the massive corruption that has happened in the National Herald case. The matter has been looked into at various levels of the judiciary, and they have prima facie found merit in the allegations of fund embezzlement and acquiring properties worth thousands of crores by using public money. Having said that, the agencies have been tasked to do a job and they will do it.
Time for a quick commercial break, but when I return, I take you to Kerala because that is where the monsoon mayhem has now escalated. A red alert in 7 Kerala districts from Kollam to Pathanamthitta. There's incessant rainfall prediction till Thursday. These are the horrific visuals coming in from Kerala. I want to bring you that ground report after a very short break.
So there has been a lot of talk recently about a security vulnerability on smartphones known as the dirty pipe vulnerability. Now this one has the potential to infect major Android smartphones and any other device which is functioning on the Linux operating system. Now Linux is one of the most popular operating systems and Android is powered by Linux. What happens is when this dirty pipe vulnerability infects any Android smartphone, it will not only compromise the operating system but the phone as well, and it will make it susceptible to further attacks. So if you use an Android phone, this is very crucial information. The attacker can easily bypass the security and gain root access to modify the system without taking your permission. Basically, it puts your device at risk of foreign intrusions and it can tweak the system any way they want. Dirty pipe is the name of the vulnerability, a serious bug in the operating system which allows malicious data to be injected into any file. Now this vulnerability has been found on the Linux kernel version 5.8 or higher versions of this. And since most of the phones in the market, including Android smartphones which majorly dominate the market, since all of them are built over the Linux kernel version, this is a major concern. Android 12 users are most at risk because it has been discovered that the Linux kernel version 5.8 has been majorly used in Android 12. So if you're wondering how do you get to know which version of Linux your phone is functioning on, this is the way to do it. Go to settings on your phone, click on About Phone. Scroll down to the Android software version. Tap on it and that will tell you the Linux kernel version that your phone is on. So if the Linux kernel version that your phone is functioning on is 5.0 and below, then your phone is really not in danger. But if the Linux kernel version is 5.0 and above, then make sure that you check for any updates on your smartphone. And if you don't find any, then do contact the smartphone manufacturer to ensure that your phone remains safe.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Kerala's public health. All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Heavy monsoon rainfall continues to batter several parts of Kerala, where normal life has been disrupted due to heavy downpour, resulting in waterlogging as well. Low-lying areas, take a look closely, have been inundated due to a flood-like situation. A red alert has been issued for 11 districts in the state. All the educational institutions have been declared a holiday. Amid the chaos, Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan has cautioned people of the state to take necessary steps and travel less. Several tourist destinations in the state have been shut till Friday. Fishermen folks have been specifically advised not to venture into the sea until further notice.
Heavy rains continue to hit Kerala as the state is on a red alert till tomorrow, and I'm right now at Pathanamthitta region, one of the majorly hit region in the state due to the heavy rains that started since Sunday. The place that I'm standing right now, it's a road actually, and the Pamba river is very close by. It's 500 meters away from the place where we are standing right now. You can see their houses almost merged in water. It's come to a major high level. It entered, from what we're picking up from the ground, from the residents here, the water entered the houses, and right now it's slowly, since the rain has come down a little bit, the water is slowly flowing. If I can show you this side of the machinery shop, these are the equipments that's merged in water. It's completely destroyed and they've stopped working. And also the wall, if you see, you can see a watermark here. So since yesterday, the water level was here, and day before yesterday, from what we are hearing, it was still here. And yesterday it reached till this level of water is what we are learning from the people here. A red alert, state under very major caution. Chief Minister has said that everybody who's living under dangerous circumstances close to the rivers and close to hilly regions should vacate as soon as possible, because this will go on till Friday is what the IMD is telling the state. With video journalist Tinku Rajashekar, this is Shubhimol KG reporting for India Today from Pathanamthitta.
Just a few days before release, actor Amir Khan's upcoming film Lal Singh Chadda has become the center of controversy. Yesterday, Amir Khan also sent out a plea to citizens, pleading them not to boycott his movie and give it a fair chance. Here's a report about why is a boycott Lal Singh Chadda trending on social media. Take a look.
Amir Khan and upcoming film Lal Singh Chadda is being trolled and targeted days before its release. The hashtag boycott Lal Singh Chadda has been trending on social media for the last few days. But what have Amir and Kareena done to invite the wrath of social media users? Well, the actors seem to be paying the price and being cancelled for comments they made years ago. Amir Khan is being branded anti-India and anti-Hindu as Twitterati have joined hands for a campaign to boycott his upcoming film. And it's not over one controversy, but a number of them. First, over this scene in Amir's film PK.
Brother, मैंने जान दे मेरे छोटे-छोटे बच्चे मालूम है हमका करेजी और कार्तिक इतने छोटे भी नहीं हैं वो अकेले रह सकते हैं घर में आप हमरा रिमोट दिलाई दो फिर जाओ अपने फैमिली के पास.
Second, over his intolerant India comments back in 2015.
For any society, it's very important to have a sense of security. The last maybe 6 months, 8 months, there has been a growing sense of despondency, I would say. Kiran and I have lived all our lives in India. For the first time, Kiran says, should we move out of India? Now, that's a disastrous and very big statement for Kiran to make to me.
And it doesn't stop there. There's also outrage over Aamir saying in a TV show that people should feed the poor rather than buy milk for Lord Shiv, and also over his meet with the Turkish First Lady during the shooting of Lal Singh Chaddha last year. All these issues have come back to haunt Aamir Khan, and it's led to a widespread boycott call on social media. To add fuel to this raging fire, Kareena Kapoor has also been dragged into this saga, and again it's a flashback comment about nepotism that's gotten her in trouble. And Kareena's latest reaction to the boycott Lal Singh Chaddha trend has also not gone down well with netizens. Speaking to India Today, Kareena said that these trends don't bother her and also opened up on the raging cancel culture.
I don't take any of this like seriously. I just post whatever I want to post. I don't take, I mean, like, okay, everyone, I mean, you know, if it's a film and it's going to release, everyone will have their opinion.
With days to go for Lal Singh Chaddha's release on the big screen, will the boycott gang get its way and ensure empty theatres greet the Aamir starrer, or will content trump cancel culture?
जिंदगी गोलगप्पे जैसी होती है, पेट पले ही पर जावे, मन नहीं पड़ता.
Bureau Report, India Today.
क्या पता हमें है.
Social media trend of boycott Lal Singh Chaddha, the Congress party came out in support of actor Aamir Khan. Taking to Twitter, Congress leader Priyank Kharge took a direct swipe at the Modi government, highlighting how intolerance is rising under Modi government. He took to Twitter, and I quote him here: "When India was tolerant, Anthony was Amitabh, Raj and Rahul were SRK. Prem was Salman, Akbar was Hrithik, Mohammad Yusuf Khan was Dilip Kumar," referring to people of different religious identities playing different characters. But yesterday, Aamir Khan also appealed to citizens, he said, asking them not to boycott the movie, remember, and that giving it a fair chance. But Priyank Kharge, the Congress Neta, said India has now become, how intolerant are we?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how this environment has come about in Bollywood too. I mean, after all, they're movies. I mean, they were on celluloid, and we were a little more tolerant when Amitabh Bachchan played a Muslim character in Coolie. When he had a little accident, the entire nation prayed for him. And one of his most famous characters was that of Christian, of Anthony. Whenever you ask in the 90s, and anyone asks who is Raj and Rahul, people would say it was Shah Rukh Khan. Salman Khan stole a lot of heart as Prem. And Hrithik Roshan got a lot of accolades when he played Akbar. I mean, where are we headed? I mean, it's all a movie. They're all part of the country. They have done well for the industry. They have done well for others too in the industry. I mean, how did they all become so famous if other people from other communities did not like them? You think Salman Khan movies crossed 100 crores only by one community watching them? Amitabh Bachchan became a star by only one community watching them? Today, the South Indian movies are making great waves across the country. Is it because only one community or only South Indians are watching them?
As the party, we don't have any policy of banning or not banning or demanding films banned. You know, we are a national party. We don't take up frivolous issues like that. But however, one has to be sensitive about what, you know, overall population is or public is or the viewers are thinking about the random statements these stars are making. Maybe that is the reason why they are demanding a ban. And maybe these actors who call themselves influencers need to be much more responsible when they make statements. You know, there can be reasons why, and I'm saying that if an iconic movie star who happens to be an influencer makes statements openly, then he has to be responsible when he's making statements. You cannot blanket, everything under one color and say that, India is intolerant. How in the world can you make a blanket statement like that? I'm not holding on to that.
I'm heading into a very short break, but when we return, let's bring you some other stories as well. And from the world of fashion, the FDCI India Couture Week wound up in the national capital, showcasing innovation in their creative speak, putting design innovation in focus. Let's bring you update from that after a very short break.
early morning raids, 15 hours of grilling and a midnight arrest. And now, the court has sent Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut to ED custody till August 4th. But the ED remand came with some relaxations. The court directed ED to not conduct interrogation of Raut at night owing to his ill health. The ED must also ensure Raut got his medicine and would be hospitalized if required. Sanjay Raut has also been allowed to speak with his lawyers. The concessions came despite the ED accusing Raut of influencing witnesses and tampering with evidence. Sanjay Raut has been claiming that he is a victim of political vendetta. On Monday, former Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray backed his loyalist. The former Chief Minister compared the current political scenario with Hitler's rule.
सेकेंड वर्ल्ड वॉर चल रहा था तो हिटलर एक समय ऐसे आया था कि अब उस वक्त लग रहा था कि शायद हिटलर जीत जाएगा, पूरी दुनिया को अपने कब्जे में ले लेगा। तो उस वक्त डेविड लो मतलब हिटलर बॉम्ब डालता था और डेविड लो एक कार्टून निकालता था और वो कार्टून का जो एक परिणाम हुआ करता था वो बॉम्ब से भी ज्यादा होता था। तो यही होती है जो तानाशाही की बात होती है, जब सारे लोग अपने गुलाम होते हैं तो कुछ दिन के लिए जब तक उनका उपयोग आपके लिए होता है तब तक वो गुलाम अच्छे लगते हैं, बाद में गुलाम जब उनका उपयोग नहीं रहता है वो निकलते हैं।
Uddhav even used the famous dialogue from the film Pushpa to say that a real Shiv Sainik झुकेगा नहीं।
मुझे संजय राउत पर अभिमान है और बाला साहब का असली सैनिक सिर्फ वो पिक्चर देखने के लिए ठीक है, पुष्पा झुकेगा नहीं, लेकिन ये झुका नहीं। जो झुकने वाले थे वो हमाम में चले गए और झुकने वाला कभी शिवसैनिक नहीं हो सकता।
In a show of support, Uddhav Thackeray even went to Raut's home to meet his family. Raut's arrest came after ED claimed that more than 11 lakh rupees were found at the MP's house. ED says it has enough evidence to nail Sanjay Raut in the multi-crore land scandal. But the Sena leader says the probe agency is shooting in the dark. Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
India is now witnessing a lot of design innovation in couture. Experimental forms, designs, marrying functionality. Indian designers are working like artists now. And not just that, diversity, inclusivity, gender, fluid silhouettes are also making their way to the runways. Chaiti Nerula gets you this special report.
The FDCI India Couture Week wound up in the national capital and the last few showcases were interesting. The showcases were innovative in their creative speed, putting design innovation in focus. Amit Agarwal married design form with functionality in creating these pieces in ingenious fabrics. There was diversity, inclusivity, and a lot of design innovation at the heart of his couture showcases, Peresis. Anamika Khanna's showcase had shapes inspired by goddesses paired with deconstruction and pattern techniques. The artistic speak had cultural references to tribal India, with a contemporary twist in the cuts and styles. Pearl took center stage. Metallic silhouettes, somber blacks, delicate lace and ivory to reds and emeralds, the collection was rather experimental. Rajkumar Rao walked as a showstopper for Khanna. Kunal Rawal's showcase was full of wearable couture. Luxurious minimalism with gender-neutral silhouettes. His collection, Dear Men, gave enough space to repurpose and mix and match pieces from his couture collection. Men's fashion is becoming more and more androgynous and gender fluid, and that's the trend we're picking up. Case in point, the Siddharth Titler showcase had a lot of that going, and then Kunal Rawal too had the androgynous styles going. Arjun Kapoor walked the ramp in the night's highlight piece, crafted with signature hems and ornamented with polki buttons. The actor was cheered on by Malaika Arora, who was also wearing a Kunal Rawal number, a bandgala with a crop top and a skirt which was fashioned in golden waffle embroidery. In New Delhi, Chaiti Narula for India Today.
Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut's dramatic midnight arrest. After 2 marathon rounds of grilling and raids in the Partha Chatterjee land scam case. Sena MP had hugged his mother before being taken away by ED officials.
शिवसेना को कमजोर करने के लिए, लेकिन शिवसेना कमजोर नहीं होगी, महाराष्ट्र कमजोर नहीं होगा. दूसरी बात, संजय राउत झुकेगा नहीं, ना पार्टी छोड़ेगा, ना शिवसेना छोड़ेगा.
On Monday, ED took Raut for medical checkup at JJ Hospital before seeking his custody in court for tampering with evidence and dodging summons. Raut's defense in court included his heart condition. The Sena MP also called cases against him as baseless, claiming no role in land scam and laundering. Uddhav Thackeray paid a visit to the Raut household in a mark of support and attacked the BJP and Shinde government.
मुझे संजय राउत पर अभिमान है और बाला साहब का असली सैनिक सिर्फ वो पिक्चर देखने के लिए ठीक है पुष्पा झुकेगा नहीं, लेकिन ये झुका नहीं. जो झुकने वाले थे वो हमाम में चले गए और झुकने वाला कभी शिवसैनिक नहीं हो सकता.
पॉलिटिकल सर्कस चल रही है और जो भी इस राज्य में चल रहा है वो डेमोक्रेसी को पकड़ के नहीं है, लोकशाही को पकड़ के.
But despite Uddhav Sena putting up a brave face, the ED appears confident of nailing Sanjay Raut. The arrest memo exclusively accessed by India Today shows ED officials confident of prosecuting Raut for laundering. Terming Raut as uncooperative, ED asserts that there is ample evidence of the Sena MP's collusion with key accused Praveen Raut.
The officer, the ED is claiming that they had reason to believe Sanjay Raut's involvement in this money laundering, but on this very same basis, Sanjay Raut was placed under arrest.
The opposition, however, accuses the ED of inaction against BJP and Shinde Sena loyalists accused of corruption, including Union Minister Narayan Rane, Pratap Sarnaik and Yamini Jadhav. With Divyesh Singh in Mumbai and Munish Pandey in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
Sir cheese, Sir paneer.
Co-powered by The World Comes Together at Sharda University in association with Jeep Meridian, Untamed Sophistication.
Good evening. You're watching 7 at 7 here on India Today. I'm Akshita Nandagopal, getting you the day's top 7 stories this evening. Let's begin with the headlines. Congress hits the streets in protest as ED raids National Herald building in the capital, searches at 12 locations in connection with the money laundering case. Partha aide Arpita Mukherjee breaks silence on 50 crore cash mountain seized by ED, says it doesn't belong to her. Her nail parlour and 4 other properties raided in Kolkata. Congress attacks Modi government over Lal Singh Chadha, backs Amir Khan over boycott trend. Congress Neta Priyank Kharge says India has become intolerant. Siddaramaya's 75th birthday bash, big political flashpoint between him and Shiv Kumar over CM face race. Rahul to attend the event, grand preparations on for the mega event tomorrow. Kerala battles monsoon fury. Red alert in 7 Kerala districts. Incessant rain prediction till Thursday. Floods, landslides in several areas. Big suspense and showdown over US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. After China's threat, US wants Dragon not to escalate tensions.
China tries to create some kind of crisis or otherwise escalate tensions. That would be entirely on Beijing.
And clear Pakistan link emerges in drone killing of al-Zawahiri. Islamabad stooge and Taliban Interior Minister Haqqani had sheltered Al-Qaeda chief in posh Kabul safe house.
As we count down to Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, let's get you details of how China is reacting with one provocation after another. They've now released a propaganda video of a Navy drill that's being conducted by the People's Liberation Army. This is the video, in fact, that shows a coordinated training on China's Type 075 amphibious assault ship Hainan. So China continuing to provoke, trying to send out a very clear message to the United States, even as we're counting down right now to Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. It's expected that in the next 30 minutes or so, she could actually touch down in Taipei. I have with us Shivarur also with us. Shiv, you're tracking right now live where Nancy Pelosi's flight is. Could you give us those details?
You know, it's incredible, Akshita, but Flight Radar, which is the most popular site for live tracking of aircraft, has completely crashed because of the thousands of people who are tracking this one little flight. Now, here in pink is SPA 19. That is the 737 C-40 US Air Force aircraft that carries Nancy Pelosi. And here's Taiwan. So it's currently flying over ocean right now. It's taken pretty a circuitous route, as you can see. It's gone all the way from Malaysia, and instead of flying straight, to Taiwan, which is right about there, in this area, it's taken this circuitous route over, all these countries, Brunei, past the Philippine Sea, and now is approaching Taiwan. So we're expecting it to reach in the next 45 minutes to an hour. But SPA 19 is the 737 that is being tracked all through today. We and our team have been looking at this aircraft, Akshita, looking at where it's traveling. I think China is going to actually take heart in the fact that instead of flying straight to Taiwan from Kuala Lumpur, the aircraft has taken a bit of a different sort of flight path, probably owing to the fact that there's such huge interest in where this aircraft really is at this point of time. But right now we're looking straight at it. These are slightly live deferred pictures, Akshita. So this aircraft will probably be slightly ahead to where you see it right now. But in the next hour, it's going to be landing in Taiwan.
So, there are a lot of questions right now, Shiv, on whether it's happening or not. There's still a question mark on whether Pelosi will touch down. The route that you're showing definitely seems to be headed right towards Taiwan.
Yeah.
The flight there,
Headed
and going straight towards Taiwan.
Absolutely, yeah.
So I don't think there's any question right now. I think we can more or less say that it's headed in that direction. Let's also get your details at this point of the security that's been put up at Taiwan right now. Security being beefed up where Pelosi, it's expected, will be staying in a hotel in Taipei. The police are in fact put up at the Grand Hyatt Hotel in Taipei. Barricades that also have been set up by cops there. We're getting you those images here on India Today of the kind of massive security arrangements that have been put in place for Pelosi's visit. All preparations done right now. The messaging is something everyone's going to be focusing on. With this particular visit happening, it's expected that Pelosi, once she touches down about 30 minutes from now, will make her way first to the hotel in Taipei at the Grand Hyatt. There's still a question mark as to what time she'll land, but 30 minutes is what we're expecting, considering we're tracking live on Flight Radar exactly where her plane is, as Shiv just showed you. I'd also like to bring in Gaurav Sawant on this broadcast. Gaurav, you've been live through the day from early this morning on India Today, getting us all the details. What's Pelosi's schedule likely to look like?
So she arrives there this evening. That's what we're being told. In the next half an hour, her aircraft should be landing there. The moment that happens, we expect a high-octane rhetoric from China. Of course, as far as Nancy Pelosi is concerned, there's a very important signal that's being sent out. As far as democracies are concerned, this is strengthening democracies against expansionist forces. That's the message that is being sent out. She rests at her hotel today. There are a series of meetings that are scheduled. Tomorrow, extremely interesting, is not just meeting the president of Taiwan, Tsai Ing-wen, but equally important, if not more, the address and interaction with members of parliament in Taiwan. And that's a huge signal that will go out not just to China, but to the rest of the democratic world. It becomes very important, Akshata, also because here is a democracy, a semi-presidential state, members of parliament who are already facing sanctions now from China, and yet responding, saying, we will not buckle, under Chinese pressure.
Very, very true. Gaurav, just stay with me. I also want to bring in India Today's correspondent on the ground. We promised we'd get you coverage from the ground. And we're getting you the latest updates of what's happening in Taipei, in Taiwan, which is where Nancy Pelosi's plane is expected to land in just a few moments from now. Wen Yi Li, India Today's correspondent, is joining us on this broadcast. Wen, can you give us a sense of, what's the mood in Taipei right now, with just moments to go for Pelosi to land there? What is the mood and what's the reception going to be like for Pelosi? Because there are obviously a lot of international diplomatic repercussions to this visit.
Yes, sir. So there's just a lot of international media covering the Taiwan, China, U.S. tensions going up and growing. But actually, in Taiwan, a lot of Taiwanese people are pretty calm. And you can see I'm at the park right now. A lot of people, the children are still in the playground. So they're pretty, people are not actually feeling the tension is or coming or a war is happening.
What do Taiwanese believe will be the takeaway of this kind of a visit diplomatically as well? China has resorted and I'm sure you've seen the kind of reactions that's coming from Beijing to this visit by Pelosi. What do the Taiwanese people hope will emerge from this kind of a visit? Why do you believe that it could be something that's significant or symbolic?
So this kind of visit usually U.S. senior officials visiting Taiwan, you would see these kind of situations where which China is giving a lot of threats. So Chinese people are really familiar with this kind of situation, and so that's why people are more calm about this. But I think the Taiwanese people are now expecting more from the U.S. government to see maybe a lot of Taiwan U.S. corporations could be taking place in the future.
Okay, Wen, I'm going to come back to you in just a few moments. I request you to stay on with us. We're going to continue getting you all the reports from the ground. But why are we talking about this story? Why is it so hugely significant for the entire world, for us here in India? Our next report, we break down all the details you need to know about this story, the reactions particularly that have come in from China on this reported visit by Nancy Pelosi to Taipei.
US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi meeting members of parliament in Malaysia ahead of her crucial and globally watched visit to Taiwan. Pelosi, who began her trip to Asia on Monday in Singapore, is expected to arrive in Taiwan's capital, Taipei, later today. Despite warnings from Beijing, the United States has said it will not be intimidated by Chinese saber-rattling over Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, an island off the Chinese mainland that says it's not part of the People's Republic.
Previous speaker has visited Taiwan. Many members of Congress go to Taiwan, including this year. And so if the speaker does decide to visit and China tries to create some kind of crisis or otherwise escalate tensions, that would be entirely on Beijing.
The Speaker has the right to visit Taiwan, and the Speaker of the House has visited Taiwan before without incident, as have many members of Congress, including this year. The world has seen the United States government be very clear that nothing has changed about our One China policy, which is, of course, guided by the Taiwan Relations Act, the 3 joint U.S. PRC communiques, and the 6 assurances.
China is seeing red over Pelosi's Taiwan tour. Beijing has declared that its military will never sit idle. It has also sounded an alert, telling the United States, "Don't say we didn't warn you."
We can see such a visit is apparently very much dangerous, very much provocative. If the U.S. insists on making the visit, China will take firm and strong measures to safeguard our national sovereignty and territorial integrity.
Hours before Pelosi's impending Taiwan arrival, China released a series of propaganda videos showing its military equipment and carrying out a series of drills. Is China then preparing to take the first shot? Taiwan is preparing its air raid shelters amidst rising tensions. The island nation has vowed to defend itself and has made strengthening its defenses a priority with regular military and civil defense drills. Other preparations include designating shelters where people can take cover if Chinese missiles start flying in, not in purpose-built military bunkers, but in existing underground spaces like basement car parks, parts of the subway system and underground shopping centers.
Most everyone has a basement in their building. It doesn't matter if they're categorized as an official shelter. What's important is to know what you need to bring with you, what's currently there, and for you to be able to stay there for a long period of time.
When you look at the war in Ukraine, when they strike, in the beginning they would hit military targets. But it's hard to imagine that they would not hurt the innocent public. Normal buildings, organizations or schools